The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms Hogan-Doran.
Good morning, Chair.
How's your voice?
If I stop talking, it might help. Commissioners, we turn now to the States and Territories' responsibility for and experience of recovery from natural disasters and what should be done to improve the arrangements, including with respect to resource sharing. This is a matter raised by paragraph A of your terms of reference. States and Territories are at a different stage of their recoveries from recent natural disasters. But for all, the recovery effort has been compounded by the impact of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic. Across our nation, most borders are closed, and the economic and social dislocation has been profound and regrettably continuing. For many, recovery is seen as a poor cousin to response, as I mentioned in my opening on Monday. Yet recovery is not and should not be regarded as the final phase of emergency management. Recovery provides an invaluable opportunity to prepare for and build resilience to future disasters. Australia's arrangements for improving resilience and whether accountability for recovery should be enhanced are matters raised by paragraph B of your terms of reference. Over the next 2 days, in addition to the pre-taped video evidence of 4 community witnesses, you will hear from 13 key principals in the States and Territories recovery processes. Today you will hear from the State of Queensland and Mr Brendan Moon, the CEO of the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and Mr Cameron McMillan, CEO of the Queensland Rural and Industry Development Authority. From the State of Tasmania, Ms Jenny Gale, Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and Mr Craig Limpkin, Deputy Secretary, Policy and Intergovernmental Relations and State Recovery Advisor. From the State of South Australia, Ms Margot Forster, State Lead Disaster Rebuilding and Recovery from the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and Ms Georgie Cornish, Director of State Recovery, Department of the Premier and Cabinet. Finally, you will hear from the Northern Territory, Mr Lee Darragh, Director of Security and Emergency Response of the Department of the Chief Minister, and Ms Fleur O'Connor, Chief Officer of the Northern Territory Emergency Services. Tomorrow you will hear from the State of Victoria, Mr Lee Misers, CEO of Bushfire Recovery Victoria. The Australian Capital Territory, you'll hear from Mr Bren Berkovics, Executive Branch Manager, Security and Emergency Management Branch. And the State of Western Australia, Mr Mal Cronstead, AFSM, Deputy Commissioner Strategy and Emergency Management and Department of Fire and Emergency Services. And finally, from the State of New South Wales, Ms Marg Prendergast, Executive Director, Disaster Recovery from Resilience New South Wales, and Mr Chris Presland, Director of the Natural Disaster Expenditure and Governance Resilience New South Wales. We will ask these experienced officials to assist you by giving you their insights into the impact of recent natural disasters on their jurisdictions and the status of their recovery effort, by giving you an overview of their key recovery agencies and processes, and of any challenges and opportunities in coordination arrangements, by identifying what lessons can be learned and can be adopted for the future, and by expanding on their reasons for their suggestions for improvements that can promote successful recovery from and resilience to future natural disasters. These questions are more limited than a topic such as recovery deserves. But as you know, Commissioners, since last Thursday, the 2nd of July, through to and including this Tuesday, the States and Territories have responded to a compulsory notice issued by the Royal Commission on 16 June 2020. This is with the exception of the State of Tasmania, which has responded voluntarily to the Royal Commission's questions but not furnished a witness. I will be tendering those State and Territory responses. Together with key documents, they consist of 8 volumes of material. Given the significance of the recovery process and its place in your terms of reference, the Royal Commission's questions were understandably far-ranging, including requiring information as to coordination of recovery support, resource sharing arrangements between states and territories, monitoring and evaluation of recovery programs, coordination of volunteers, responsibility for recovery centres, funding and financial assistance, the effect on the built environment and infrastructure, methods of collecting impact data, clean-up and debris removal, numbers of houses with asbestos, impact of the bushfires on business, primary producers and industries, the impact on small business and the barriers to provision of support to small business, social impacts and recovery assistance, the consistency of support across local government areas and borders, as well as the role of local government in recovery, the benefits of data sharing arrangements or standardisation, the concept of a single point of contact for recovery support, and the potential role for the Commonwealth, including a standalone recovery agency. To provide greater context, in addition to those 8 volumes, I will tender also a further volume of additional material, which will include relevant national frameworks and policy documents, as well as recent responses provided by the Australian Government's National Bushfire Recovery Agency and the Department of Home Affairs to compulsory notices seeking updated impact data and recovery information. I will tender also the overarching written submissions made by 3 states, Victoria, Tasmania and Queensland, and the Australian Capital Territory, as I anticipate they may be referred to in the evidence of some witnesses over coming days. Excuse me. During hearing block 1, the Royal Commission received some initial evidence of the scale and enormity of the destruction caused by the 2019-2020 bushfires across the built, social, natural and economic environments. Since that time, a substantial amount of additional information has been gathered through the Royal Commission's compulsory notices procedure. Today, I'm able to give you an update on the wide and varied impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires. This new information highlights the significant challenge that is posed to individuals, communities, businesses and governments to rebuild from natural disasters and improve resilience to future disasters. In particular, in New South Wales and Victoria, the scale of the 2019-2020 bushfires exceeded the capacity of individual local governments and impacted on multiple regions within those states. The information gathered reinforces the insight that the impacts of disasters can be long-term, complex and intangible. Turning first to the impact on the natural environment, it has been substantial. In New South Wales, 5.5 million hectares were burned, of which 2.6 million were national parks. Queensland has indicated that the 2019-2020 bushfire season resulted in more than 7.7 million hectares being burned. In Victoria, the fires impacted approximately 1.5 million hectares, including approximately 12% of Victoria's parks and reserves and 27% of state forests. As we will hear from Victoria tomorrow, if there is not a deliberate and focused recovery effort, the probability of some species persisting beyond 10 years is less than 1%. In South Australia, 285,162 hectares were burned, of which 112,860 were nature conservation reserves and 80,227 hectares were grazing pastures. In Western Australia, more than 3.5 million hectares were burned, of which 734,360 hectares was national park, 681,974 was private land, and almost 2 million hectares of the burnt area was local government land. During the 2019 bushfire season, 5.73 million hectares, or approximately 4.2% of the Northern Territory, was affected by bushfire. In the ACT, the Auroral Valley bushfire burned 87,923 hectares. Tasmania has indicated that 30,075 hectares were burned. This is following the impact of the 2018-2019 bushfires, which affected around 95,430 hectares, or about 6% of the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area. Next, the impact on the built environment is extensive in a number of states. In New South Wales, the scale of loss has never been seen in modern recorded history. 2,476 houses were destroyed, 284 facilities were destroyed, and 5,559 outbuildings were destroyed. Many of the homes that were damaged contain asbestos. New South Wales has reported that in 12 affected local government areas, 50% or more of the properties cleared contained asbestos. Victoria's information is that 40 to 50% of cleared properties have been confirmed as having asbestos. In South Australia, 46% of properties contained asbestos. You will hear how asbestos presents challenges in ensuring safe and quick clean-up of fire-affected properties. In South Australia, 194 primary residences were reported as destroyed across the larger Cuddly Creek, Kangaroo Island, Yorktown and Keelera fires, and a further 2 lost in the Eyre Peninsula fire. 97 primary residences were also reported as damaged. 890 non-residential buildings, which includes business, tourism facilities, community facilities, sheds and vacant houses, were reported as destroyed or damaged. The damage in Queensland, which included 150 houses destroyed, was compounded by storm and flood and monsoon damage that occurred over the period of 1 January 2019 to 31 January 2020, when almost 3,000 houses were damaged. The economic impact from the 2019-2020 bushfires was significant and has been deepened by the subsequent pandemic restrictions. Indeed, given the ongoing economic impact of the pandemic, the full economic impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires may never clearly be known. In Hearing Block 1, you heard from the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman about the effects on small businesses. The evidence from local councils in our second week of this block of hearings highlighted the impact the fires have had at the local level, particularly on small businesses. Businesses that were not destroyed or damaged as part of the fires were impacted by a downturn in trade during the peak tourism season. Over the next 2 days, you will hear about the broader impacts on states and territories' economies. New South Wales estimates the total damage to animals and agriculture is over $1 billion. Victoria indicates that it expects to lose $400 million through 2020 to 2022 in its agricultural sector due to lost assets and lost agricultural production. In Queensland, the economic effect on the agricultural sector of the Cobra fire alone is estimated at over $17.9 million, while the monsoon trough rainfall and flood event in January to February 2019 is estimated to have caused $376 million in livestock loss, and the average loss for a small business is estimated to have been between $35,000 to $43,000. South Australia reports that preliminary estimates of lost agriculture and primary production losses as a result of the fires show a loss of $187 million. Tourism losses are estimated at $73.1 million. The ACT has described the significant impact on businesses due to the hazardous smoke that blanketed the region as a result of the fires. Indeed, next, although also difficult to quantify, it is clear that the 2019-2020 bushfires have had a significant impact on the health and well-being of Australians. The social impacts of the bushfires have been seen in a broad range of groups, including children, youth, the elderly, people with disabilities, first responders, and those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Particular impacts include financial hardship, dislocation, disruption to education, injury, death and separation from loved ones, and escalation of pre-existing issues such as domestic violence and substance abuse. As you have heard, Commissioners, the scale of the consecutive and compounding natural disasters in Australia can be demonstrated by a variety of data points. Perhaps chief amongst them is an Excel spreadsheet produced by the Australian Government's Department of Home Affairs, which lists 250 different disasters since January 2015, some of which disasters have qualified for financial assistance pursuant to the Joint Australian, State and Territory Governments Natural Disaster Relief and Recovery Arrangements prior to November 2018, and from that time pursuant to the Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements. The Excel spreadsheet provided to the Commission links to the website disasterassist.gov.au, where further details and assistance information can now be obtained. The National Principles for Disaster Recovery, which I showed you in the first hearing block, identified the importance of understanding the local context and using community-led approaches to recovery, with activities and delivery informed by the unique impacts and consequences of each event, the profile and needs of each community, and feedback from that community. To better deal with the increasing incidence of disasters, the National Strategy for Disaster Resilience affirms a cooperative response that emphasises shared responsibility and empowering communities. Commissioners, the responses from each of the states and territories demonstrates that recovery arrangements acknowledge that context and embrace that approach to recovery. The national principles also provide that successful recovery must be both responsive and flexible, engaging communities and empowering them to move forward. They must be planned, coordinated and adaptive based on a continuing assessment of impact and needs. We will explore coordination and cooperation in these hearings. The Commission will inquire also into the resource sharing arrangements to ensure emergency relief or immediate needs of communities were met, the operation of the cross-border assistance guidelines and the newer guidelines for interjurisdictional assistance community recovery from 2020. We will also inquire as to the states and territories' participation and collaboration through several extant national recovery groups, including the Community Outcomes Recovery and Recovery Subcommittee, or CAURS, of the Australian New Zealand Emergency Management Committee, or ANZEMC, and the National Social Recovery Reference Group and its interstate deployment coordinators. We understand that the SRRG includes representatives from the Australian Government, all states and territories, the New Zealand Government and the Australian Red Cross. The SRRG provides a national body to help coordinate and develop social recovery policy in Australia. A key theme of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework from 2018 is the importance of building resilience through recovery following a national disaster. Addressing the significant impacts through recovery processes is ongoing. It will not be a process that occurs over 6 to 12 months or the life of this Royal Commission, but rather one that occurs over many years. Over the next 2 days, we will explore with the states and territories the frameworks, processes and programs they use to respond to the profound impacts of natural disasters and build resilience to future disasters. We note that some states have changed their existing frameworks to more effectively respond to the specific impacts of the 2020 bushfires. For example, Victoria has established a whole new agency, the Bushfire Recovery Victoria. And in New South Wales, the Office of Emergency Management has become Resilience New South Wales. Commissioners, on Tuesday you heard from the Inspectors General of Queensland and Victoria the importance of incorporating lessons management in disaster management arrangements. Presently, there is limited provision within national policy settings for mechanisms to share the learnings of evaluations between and across jurisdictions. The National Monitoring and Evaluation Framework for Disaster Recovery Programs is an Australian Government initiative, version 2 of which was published in May 2018. The evaluation framework was developed in response to a recommendation endorsed by COAG in 2012. By improving the quality of disaster recovery evaluations, governments are able to improve subsequent disaster recovery programs as what is learned from these evaluations is incorporated into program design and delivery. An evaluation of each of the different recovery programs presently underway is a task beyond the scope and resources of this Royal Commission. But one of the principal objectives of the evaluation framework is to ensure that recovery programs are focused on achieving outcomes, not processes and outputs. A question will be whether you see in the material presented by the states and territories an indication that they have shifted their recovery planning to an outcomes-based focus. As I mentioned at the start of this address, the objective of disaster recovery programs is and should be to help communities reach a point where they are sustainable and resilient through building community capability. An outcomes-based approach undoubtedly assists this. As the State of South Australia recognises in its response, the bushfires of 2019-2020 presented the first opportunity for it to apply the principles of the evaluation framework. The state reports the principles have informed its bushfire recovery planning and project leads. Project leads are required to articulate outcomes to be achieved during program design. Just one moment. In our federated model, the Commonwealth is not responsible for delivering recovery operations, although it is involved in coordination and national policy development. It also enables recovery programs through funding arrangements with the states and territories. And as such, there are two principal sources of state and territory recovery funding: state-initiated funding through normal Treasury processes or tax relief, and disaster recovery funding arrangements, which are cost-shared between the Commonwealth and the states and territories. The State of Victoria reports that as at 19 June 2020, $103.2 million of recovery funding has been released through 30 grants and initiatives in Victoria. The three significantly impacted via local government areas, East Gippsland, Tawong and Alpine Shire, have received $75.5 million, or 73% of the recovery funding to date. Tomorrow, I anticipate being able to provide you summarised recovery funding information from New South Wales. The DRFA includes 4 broad categories of recovery funding with different triggers and thresholds that states can apply for Commonwealth reimbursement for costs. In recent years, the application of the DRFA has shifted to also support communities to become more resilient. Under the categories, a range of recovery measures have been made available to support community resilience across the recovery domains, including infrastructure betterment programs and resilience grants programs. Notably, Category D measures, pursuant to the terms of the DRFA, are measures which are to alleviate distress or damage in circumstances which are, in the opinion of the Commonwealth, exceptional. A matter for potential consideration is whether funding to build back better, to improve a community's resilience, should be required to be shown to be exceptional. There is much to commend in incorporating betterment and resilience more generally into recovery. As I mentioned in my opening on Monday, in March this year, the Council of Australian Governments requested a review of the DRFA, and work is being undertaken by the Commonwealth, state and territory governments to develop new national guidance on how the restoration and rebuilding process can be used to make infrastructure more resilient. I anticipate the state and territory witnesses may well address these issues in some detail during the course of the next 2 days of hearing. Finally, it has been an important feature of this Royal Commission that we hear from community witnesses so as to gain greater insight into the lived experience of natural disasters. As with most of our community witnesses, the evidence of our next 4 community witnesses was pre-taped in accordance with the COVID-19 protocols, and to give effect to this Royal Commission's preference that further exposure to trauma and stress be minimised for those who have only recently experienced a natural disaster. Before lunch today, you will hear from Kevin and Melusa Giles, flower growers from Sarsfield in Victoria, who lost their house and their business when fires destroyed their property shortly after Christmas. You will hear what it is like to try to reconstruct your home and your livelihood from the ground up, as well as the support the Gileses have received and the challenges they expect to face for years to come. Tomorrow morning, you will hear from Jenny and Arthur Robb and Kia on the southern coast of New South Wales. The Robbs ran several small tourism businesses. Their house survived when the fire came through, but their property burnt and they've lost facilities they used for their businesses. They will describe the experience of seeking support for small businesses, as well as the significant effect on their community of the indirect damage which resulted from the loss of tourism. Commissioners, as you would know, with the resurgence of COVID-19 pandemic in recent days, the border between Victoria and New South Wales is now closed for the first time in a century. This development could prove particularly challenging for the communities and small businesses in those many fire-affected communities in southeastern Australia. Commissioners, we invite you to consider that development when you receive the evidence of the Gileses and the Robbs, which was recorded before the border closures took effect yesterday. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms Hogan-Doran. A great summary as to why we're actually here and what we're seeking to achieve. Thank you. Let's proceed.
I'll deal with the tender of the relevant material. Actually, I'm going to ask Ms. Dovey to do that.
How's your voice, Miss Davey?
My voice is fine, thank you very much.
Good. I hate to stress the council assistant.
Certainly. I tender the documents in the tender list today, being in respect of the State of Queensland. Documents, exhibit number 20.1, being documents provided by the State of Queensland, CLQ 001, 001, 0071, through to the last in that is 20.1.7, which is CLQ 001, 001, 0553. I tender the documents in Exhibit 20.2, being 20.2.1 through 20.2.8, being documents provided by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. Chair, would you like me to read out the document IDs? Are you content
No,
with the
I'm
exhibit
happy
numbers?
with that. We've got those
Thank
on the record, just the basic ID number.
Okay, certainly. And then 20.3, which is Exhibit 20.3.1, documents provided by the Queensland Disaster Management Committee. The next exhibit is 20.4, being items 20.4.1 to 20.4.17, being documents provided by the State of Tasmania. The next is Exhibit 20.5, being documents relevant to the notice response from the State of South Australia, and they are Exhibits 20.5.1 through 20.5.13, 20.6.1 through 20.6.7, 20.7.1 to 20.7.2, 20.8.1 to 20.8.5, and 20.9.1. The next bundle is the documents relevant to the material from Northern Territory. It's Exhibit 20.10.1 through 20.10 through .11, 20.11.1 through 20.11.4.
Okay, no, that's right. Keep going.
20.12.1 and 20.13.1. The next bundle is documents relevant to the material from Victoria, which is Exhibits 20.14, made up of 20.14.1 to 20.14.6, 20.15.1 to 20.15.5, 20.16.1, as well as 20.17.1 to 20.17.3. Certainly. The next is the documents. There's one document from the Australian Capital Territory, which is Exhibit 20.18.1. The next is the bundle of documents in relation to Western Australia, which is Exhibit 20.19, which are documents from the State of Western Australia, consisting of 20.19.1 to 20.19.5, as well as Exhibit 2020, which is documents from the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, consisting of Exhibits 20.20.1 to 20.20.3. Exhibit 20.21, which is a document from the State Emergency Management Committee, still from Western Australia. That's document 20.21. And finally, a bundle of documents also relevant to the material from Western Australia in Exhibit 20.22, being 20.22.1 through 20.22.5. The next group of documents is those relating to the material from New South Wales. Exhibit 20.23 is documents provided by the State of New South Wales, being Exhibits 20.23.1 through 20.23.7. And Exhibit 20.24, which are documents from the Office of Emergency Management in New South Wales, consisting of Exhibits 20.24.1 through 20.24.5, as well as the evidence from the community witnesses that we'll hear from, the videoed evidence, and that is Exhibit 20.25 is the evidence of Kevin and Melusa Giles, which consists of the transcript of 20.25.1 and the video at 20.25.2, and the evidence of Jenny and Arthur Robb, Exhibit 20.26, and the transcript is at 20.26.1 and the video is at 20.26.2. There's a supplementary tender list as well, which I seek to tender at this point in time, which has exhibits 20.27, which is a response to a notice to give from the National Bushfire Recovery Agency. Next, exhibit 20.28, consisting of 2 responses to notices to give from the Department of Home Affairs Emergency Management Australia, being exhibits 20.28.1 and 20.28.2, as well as an exhibit 20.29, being documents which, although we've received them from the state of South Australia, actually apply nationally. And those documents are 20.29.1, being cross-border existence guidelines dated August 2014, and 20.29.2, which is the monitoring and evaluation framework for disaster recovery programs dated May 2018, which was referred to in the opening. Now, there is a further supplementary tender list.
Are they Commonwealth documents, or are they...
So the monitoring and evaluation framework for disaster recovery programs, that is a document which it is at a national level.
Yeah.
And if I could just have one moment, I'll just pull that up.
Just want a baseline where they originated from, not who gave them to us.
Certainly, that is right. It is an Australian government initiative, according to the front page of the document. If it assists, we can pull up now to have a look at it.
No, that's okay. So Australian Government Initiative.
It's an Australian government initiative. Also on the front page, on the overleaf, it says it is the Australian New Zealand School of Government
Okay, thank you.
produced document. It's a document that applies on a national level, and a number of states will be referring to it in their evidence.
Okay.
And then finally,
No, that document was the monitoring and evaluation framework, though, right?
that's right.
What's the cross-border assistance guidelines? Who owns that?
The cross-border assistance guidelines, that's the ANZ EMC Recovery Subcommittee Social Recovery Reference Group document.
Okay, thank you. And that was developed by the Social Recovery Reference Group?
That is my understanding,
Okay.
based on the face of the
I
document.
would like to find out who's on that group throughout the day too, if we could. Thank you.
You've got that document, and then I'll do the submissions issue.
Finally, there's exhibit 20.30, which is the National Strategy for Disaster Resilience from the Council of Australian Governments.
Okay.
Exhibit 20.30.1.
Okay, keep going.
We ask that those documents be tendered.
All those documents, as marked, will be accepted as exhibits, as marked. Thank you.
Is that one gone in? I feel like that shouldn't be here. Yeah. Commissioners, I foreshadowed I would be tendering submissions from some of the states, the submissions that we have received from the states and territory. I've just been informed that the submission of the Tasmanian government was tendered yesterday. Do a recollection of that.
Okay. There was a lot yesterday, but we will just go back and check and make sure that it has been
I think what I might do is defer the tender of these submissions while I have all of that confirmed. It should be the opening submission of the State of Queensland, the ACT Government submission to the Royal Commission. I also, this list doesn't have the Victorian submission. It has the Victorian state response to the notices to give, but that's a different thing. So we'll have that updated and have that amended list brought to you after the morning tea adjournment, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Commissioners, I tendered 8 volumes, or we tendered 8 volumes, plus the additional from the states and territories. You recall on Monday, I said that we were proposing to tender a large number of additional responses by the states and territories. This is a subset of some of that, so what's left is not as large as I originally indicated, but it is still quite significant. That material should be ready to be tendered by the end of tomorrow. We've written to the states and territories asking them to identify any particular documents that ought to be included in the broader tender as being of importance or relevance to you. I haven't got the precise wording of the basis on which the request was made, but in any event, there may be a supplementary tender once those documents have all been identified.
Okay, I mean, the important thing is to get tendered the documents where they answer the questions that we've asked.
Indeed.
Yes.
Can I just clarify one thing? Did you say that there's material coming that the states and territories wish to have drawn to our attention specifically?
No, it's in the sense of the states and territories have already responded to a large number of notices to give.
Yes, I know.
Most of that material has either been already tendered or it has during the course of this week been tendered as we've moved through the different topics. I'd indicated at the beginning of the week there would be a mass tender. What has happened is we have been tendering documents through the week, so that mass tender bundle is getting smaller and smaller.
Well, what remains of it is getting smaller.
What's left, which I don't quite have a sense yet of how big that is, we are aiming to have tendered by the end of this week.
I got that. I thought you said something about material that the states and territories asked to have
No,
drawn.
but it was what was important to the states and territories we needed to make sure was tendered before we
What
got to them.
it is that the notices to give responses, with the requests for, start that again. The compulsory notices to give information are narrative responses. A number of them refer at times to particular documents, pre-existing documents. The current tender intent was only to be the written responses, and what we are seeking to do is to clarify what documents need to be included in the tender so they can be read with those narrative responses. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense. I misunderstood earlier. Thank you.
I apologise for not being clear to begin with. All right. I call Mr Brendan Moon and Mr Cameron McMillan. Pleased to say it's warming up in here.
Mr Moon, Mr McMillan, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Mr Moon and Mr McMillan will both take an oath.
Mr. Moon, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. McMillan, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr Moon, you're the CEO of the Queensland Reconstruction Authority.
Correct.
And Mr McMillan, you're the CEO of the Queensland Rural and Industry Development Authority.
Yes.
To assist the Commissioners, I might ask you both just to begin by identifying to the Commissioners what is the responsibility of each of your agencies and how do they differ from each other? Perhaps I might start with you, Mr Moon.
Thank you, Council. The role of the Queensland Reconstruction Authority is to coordinate recovery to natural disasters in Queensland. We also administer the joint Commonwealth and State disaster recovery funding arrangements. We are also responsible for coordinating whole of government resilience policy and implementation of the same. Since 2011, we've administered the recovery or coordinated the recovery to over 80 events with a reconstruction and recovery program in excess of $16 billion.
And
Thank you.
QRIDA is actually an independent statutory authority. It's actually legislated under the Rural and Regional Adjustment Act of 1994. Our DNA is in agriculture, to be honest, but we also, QRIDA is also responsible for administering DRFA schemes, including grants and loans to primary producers, small businesses and not-for-profits. Actually, in the last 25 years, we've approved 53,000 disaster loans and grants and delivered over $900 million in financial assistance directly to primary producers, small businesses and not-for-profits.
Now, what I might ask you both, I just want to give the Commissioners a sense of the material that's been provided by the State of Queensland's comprehensive response of 2 July. And the Commissioners also have the Queensland Reconstruction Authority response of 6 May. What's acknowledged in that is that recovery is a long-term process, and it can take years for a community to recover following a natural disaster. But in Queensland, the time taken to recover is compounded by the number and scale of natural disasters, the majority of which are floods and cyclones. And at any one time, Queensland will be recovering from multiple natural disasters, and you often have the same community being impacted by multiple events, and the cumulative impacts on communities can therefore be significant. Can you give a sense to the Commissioners as to, I've identified there the impact on the community, but what does that, is this most significant driver to establishing these standalone recovery and reconstruction agencies in Queensland?
Thank you, Council. It has. The Queensland Reconstruction Authority was first established in 2011 in response to Tropical Cyclone Yasi and the flooding of southeast Queensland. This effectively saw 100% of Queensland disaster declared, and the reconstruction recovery program for the events of that year alone almost was $6 billion. So it put an enormous strain on our existing recovery and also response arrangements. And in response to that, the Queensland Government established a permanent standalone agency to coordinate recovery from that. I would also note that we were always established with only a 2-year lifespan, but it was recognised in 2015, given the repeat nature of the events, the added intensity of those events, that we were made a permanent authority.
How did QRIDA come about in that context, Mr McMillan?
I think, as I mentioned, we were part of the Rural and Regional Adjustment Act of 1994, and it was the fact that we developed skills in grant delivery and loan delivery, through the Queensland Government, and then there was a need for a sort of a standalone, independent organisation that could actually be at arm's length from policy owners. So we deal directly, with the not-for-profits, with the small businesses, and with the primary producers in the marketplace.
To what extent, Mr Moon, is QRA a policy owner?
We do not own policy per se. We administer on behalf of other agencies, but we certainly are involved in the framing of those policy settings and, in some cases, implementation of the policy outputs.
Has QRA changed over the lifespan of its establishment from 2011 or after 2011? It's almost a decade now.
We have a strong focus on providing assistance to recovering communities through technical and also through recovery advice. What I would say has changed, Council, has been our approach to recovery, and as you reflected on in your initial comments, is that now the conversation has very much transitioned from in our communities and also within government from just rebuilding communities, but to building more resilient communities so that we are more prepared into the future to face whatever our climatic events befall us.
On a practical level, what does that shift in focus, how is that demonstrated?
Okay, I would refer to our approach to reconstruction and recovery planning in the early days, which was very much centred on ensuring that people were able to return to their homes quickly, and also that we reconnected our community through a very focused approach to reconstruction. Since then, however, we've noted that not only driven by community expectations, but also the focus internationally, there was a real mindset change that we needed to make our communities more resilient. That appeared in terms of how we framed our recovery programs and how we funded them. So you will note over the history of the QRA and also recovery in Queensland that we have had some quite sizable betterment programs and some quite sizable resilience building programs. So much so I would use the North and Northwest monsoon of 1819, where the community resilience and also betterment program was some $242 million, and we are in the middle of delivering that. But also, if I go back historically, we had significant betterment programs that enhanced the resilience of our infrastructure in 2013, 15 and again in 2017.
I'm going to come in some more detail in a little while to the betterment programs and the resilience programs and to both of you. But if I could just stay with the shift over that period of time. We've heard some evidence on Tuesday from the Queensland Inspector General, and we also had from his report, included in the materials that were tendered to the commissioners, his recovery governance review. What impact did that work have, that review have, on QRA's settings and activities?
Certainly, Commissioner. It not only impacted QRA, it impacted the whole of their recovery environment here in Queensland. Because what we do have here is a very, very effective review process, and we do learn the lessons from each and every one of our disasters, and we build into our system those improvements and those learnings. So specifically in relation to recovery governance, there were a couple of key recommendations which stand out there, and it was about clarification of roles and responsibilities of not only state agencies but all the way through to district and also local level. And certainly the foundational, the policy documents that underpin our disaster management arrangements have incorporated that clarification of roles. We also recognise.
If I just pause you before you go to the next two, because this is helpful to the commissioners. When you say clarification of roles, is that what's that in aid of? Or what does that assist by doing that?
So it provides clarity not only to agencies delivering recovery outcomes for the community, but importantly it provides clarity to local recovery groups and local disaster management groups about who is responsible for delivering a range of recovery outcomes. In Queensland, it is dispersed across lines of recovery, and I think our notice to give, we have provided the structure of that. It was about clarifying who was responsible for what and what services and what they could be relied on to provide a local disaster management group.
I might just have the commissioners. Sorry, Mr. Moon. I want to take this in a couple of stages. I think what you're referring the commissioners to is this document, CLQ 001 001 0071 at 0072. We just have if you could just scroll in on that diagram. May not be this particular thing you're referring to, Mr. Moon, but it might assist the commissioners just to get that sense of the number of actors in the recovery processes in Queensland. And you spoke of the clarification of roles and responsibilities being something important for the local communities and recovery groups. And I imagine it's also important so there's not duplication of work and also therefore of assistance to members of the community who are seeking assistance through your recovery processes. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our disaster management arrangements clearly define the role of the local disaster management group and local recovery groups, and as supported by not only at the district level but also the state groups. And that clarification, as identified in the IGEM report, has been incorporated in those disaster management arrangements and the documents that support that.
We'll just leave that there because I've come back to the question about how you build that right through from a local level right through to the Commonwealth, and we'll return to that question in a moment. But just while I did interrupt you, when you were identifying the other key outcomes from the IGEM's review of recovery governance in Queensland?
Thank you, Council. I would also refer to two other key findings, that there was an opportunity to build capability and capacity at a local level to ensure that some of the governance arrangements that we were able to administer at a state level also cascaded through, and we implemented what we call the Recovery Governance and Capability Project, and we've touched over 50 councils now, where we take them through the recovery planning process. We talk about recovery leadership, and we essentially are building that capability throughout councils at a local level. Additionally, we also have provided a web resource that identified the need for a place for local recovery groups to access foundational recovery material, and also guidance on how they may conduct their recovery planning.
How have you personally found the IGEM process, engaging in the IGEM process?
Extraordinarily valuable for, I believe, everyone involved in disaster management in Queensland. IGEM are present during the decision-making, during the response and also recovery. From these events, they attend our recovery meetings all the way through, and they also gauge the impact of our programs at a local level as well. And this informs their not only their reports, but also their crafting of disaster management standards here in Queensland.
Now, just back up on the diagram, you've got the Commonwealth. I wonder, the Queensland connections with the Commonwealth has been the subject of some earlier evidence in earlier hearings. We heard from the Drought and North Queensland Floods Relief Response and Recovery Agency, Mr Shane Stone, and also from the National Bushfire Recovery Agency, Mr Colvin, both of which were 8 Commonwealth agencies that were set up following natural disasters. What kind of interactions and cooperation do you have with each of those agencies? And I might come to both of you to respond to that question.
If I may, Council, I'd like to split my answer into two sections, operationally and also from a policy perspective. Yes. From a policy perspective, obviously administering the disaster recovery funding arrangements, we have a very, very close relationship with Emergency Management Australia. And that close relationship and the flexibility that is inherent in the DRFA process and our ability to work closely with the Commonwealth has allowed us to tailor our recovery assistance to our most impacted communities. From an operational sense, if we look at the first stages of a disaster here in Queensland, our Queensland Disaster Management Committee, which is chaired by the Premier and attended by not only also all the response agencies and their ministers, but also by the recovery agencies. At that table, during the early part of a disaster, will also be representatives of the Australian Defence Force, the Bureau of Meteorology, and liaison officers from Emergency Management Australia. And it provides a clear line of sight between an unfolding event and what's required from a recovery perspective. Since then, we've obviously had the establishment of a number of Commonwealth bodies to assist in coordinating that recovery, and we've been involved ever since the establishment of both those bodies in providing the material and the lessons learnt from the many disasters we've experienced here in Queensland.
Now, QRIDER has a particular relationship, I understand, with the Floods Recovery Agency, the Commonwealth Agency. Mr McMillan, could I just get you to speak to how that relationship has worked?
Thank you for the question. Actually, very, very well. We, in the early stages of the formation of the National Drought and the North Queensland Flood Response Recovery Agency, they approached us. They had a pool of funds which were directed to particularly primary producers who had been extraordinarily affected by the monsoon. That is a dollar-for-dollar grant up to $400,000 that goes to a primary producer. very, very focused on a replacement of livestock. And then, the replacement of infrastructure, particularly fencing, etc., that was actually destroyed by the monsoon. So that relationship has been perhaps is now 12 months of age, and we hold a very, very good working relationship with that authority.
Now, I'll return to the disaster recovery funding arrangements in a short while. I passed over getting some feedback from you for the commissioners on a sense of the impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires in the context of compounding or continuing disaster recovery efforts. If I could have the commissioners shown CLQ 001 0391. This is a dashboard that's been that's compiled by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, that's been provided, and no claim for confidentiality has been made, and we thank you for that, so that material can become available to the public. This identifies the DRFA assistance and the particular assistance grants that have been there, and also the damage assessments. Those fire scar that shows the burn scar in each of the affected areas. We can see in relation to Noosa how adjacent that burn scar is to the urban area and the peri-urban area, and also in the Southern Downs area, and of course in parts of Livingston, and some smaller parts of the Toowoomba and the Gold Coast, and in Gladstone. To what extent had any or all of those regions been previously impacted or still in recovery from previous disasters?
Thank you, Council. I think the reality of recovery and also response here in Queensland is that we currently have 73 councils. 73 councils who are recovering from an event in since 2018.
You've only got 77.
Yes, and I was going to say over 50 of those councils have had 3 or more events since 2018 as well. So it is fair to say that most of our councils are in some form of recovery most of the time, and certainly we recognise in terms of how we plan, how we respond, and the support that we need to provide our communities from a state government and also from a Commonwealth government perspective, we need to incorporate that fact.
The second page incorporates much more detail that the commissioners will be able to read, but you've reported against each of the domains in which recovery operations need to take place. And I've addressed some of those in my opening remarks today, and all of that material will be available to members of the public on the website of the Royal Commission during the course of today. You spoke there about particular communities or a large number of councils being in a situation, not just their second but their third disaster. In the context of the submissions that you've made on betterment and its crossover into the categories for disaster recovery funding assistance, if I could have the commissioners taken now to CLQ 001 001 0110. Under betterment, you mentioned earlier in your comments the measures that are taken in Queensland to ensure it becomes the most disaster resilient state, and we can see that in your written materials. To what extent is what has been happening in Queensland a lesson or an insight for the rest of Australia and for the Australian government?
I think it is important to recognise it's one of our foundational objectives in terms of the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, and certainly it is in Queensland's strategy for disaster resilience, that we need to keep investing in disaster risk reduction. Betterment, we recognised in 2013 that Infrastructure assets that had been rebuilt from 2011 were being re-damaged. Our community were asking us, why are we rebuilding in the same place and the same condition? And they were key drivers to our changing the approach to incorporating betterment within our system. The reality is that we seek to obviously not only reduce the exposure of our communities to these climatic events, but we also need to recognise that the repeat damage is creating a massive drain on the public purse as well. And I mentioned $16 billion since 2011. Importantly, as you will see, the Betterment project has worked, not only in terms of savings to the community, but importantly, if we look at all of those assets that have been built to a more resilient standard since 2011, many of them have been re-damaged. And what we have found, because we do monitor the performance of them, is some 96% of them are either still functional or undamaged in the immediate aftermath of subsequent events. And I would also add, internationally, the UN is looking at the Betterment program that has been delivered by Australia, and they see it as world's best practice.
You spoke just a moment ago, it triggered something in my mind about communities saying we're just, rebuilding and then having it re-damaged because of the nature of the environment in which you live and not necessarily building to a higher standard. One of the things that was raised in evidence yesterday is part of the response of the Department of State Development, Manufacturing, Infrastructure and Planning. There's a question raised by the chair. QRA has a quite unique power in its legislation to facilitate the relocation of people affected by natural disaster. Could you just speak to that and to the circumstances in which that power has been exercised?
Thank you, Council. We do have powers under our Act to facilitate the rapid recovery of communities impacted by a disaster and also to mitigate the potential impacts of future disasters. This gives us powers under our Act to declare reconstruction areas, make development areas, and also to facilitate other decision makers into ensuring that approvals are provided in a prompt manner. It has only been used once, and I believe it was referred to yesterday, which was the relocation of Grantham out of the floodplain onto the hill beside it, so out of the high-risk area. I think what we saw there was local government, state government and the Commonwealth government coming together to deliver a solution for a community which reduced their disaster risk. And using those powers in that particular circumstance, and there were significant circumstances attached to the loss of life in Grantham. We saw from the inception of the community engagement to people moving into their homes in Grantham, that took a period of 12 months. And I understand from my planning colleagues that under normal circumstances, that process could take anywhere between 3 and 5 years to effect.
So, just so that I can be clear, how was that all funded? That exercise? Was it? It's not. Is it within the context of Betterment as such?
It was a mixture of state and Commonwealth funding, Council.
I see, and
it was not related to the Betterment program.
I see. All right. Have there been other circumstances, or can you imagine or anticipate other circumstances in which other communities might, because of the heightened risk and exposure to natural disaster, that there may need to be communities that need to be relocated as the increased incidence of severe weather begins to impact on particular communities?
In answer to your question, the potential there obviously is important to recognise. The circumstances in 2011 were quite considerable given the loss of life attached to that flash flood. if we are confronted by similar circumstances, that would be a discussion that I believe would need to be held with not only the community but also local government, state government and Commonwealth entities. But the powers certainly reside within the Act to do that.
Back to the broader question, how do you identify projects for betterment?
Okay. Under our framework, which we have agreed with the Commonwealth, they are locally identified and prioritised. There's also a streamlined approval process for betterment projects. We take into account not only the impacts of past disasters, but we also look at the importance of that piece of infrastructure to that community, and that allows us a framework in which to decide which projects require funding. I'd also remark that we have recently released 2 local governments throughout Queensland. We have collected the spatial data and the impact data for all natural disaster events since 2011, and we have presented that spatially now, which clearly outlines in a heat map basis the vulnerabilities of infrastructure networks, which allows councils to make informed decisions about where they can invest betterment funds into the future.
Just before I pass from this topic, on the next page, 0111, you continue on other aspects of the Queensland's Betterment Program, and that it's garnered interest from international disaster management sector, and you've participated in discourse at the United Nations. You've also developed the Queensland Disaster Resilience and Mitigation Investment Framework, which is a framework providing guidance on effective investment decision-making and prioritisation. Is that just government investment in, for example, public infrastructure, or is that investment on a broader scale that is also for the business community and international investors?
We provide that to our recovery partners. It is publicly available, but it is meant to give guidance to those agencies and those entities who we partner with in the recovery space and who we fund during the for example, the betterment process. But there are also a range of other state government initiatives which build resilience. And we look to the Mitigation and Investment Framework as a guidance document to inform their decision making about how they prioritise funding, because we certainly recognise the need for building resilience at times far outstrips the available funds in which to do so.
And finally, on the you speak about the Get Ready program, but I'll just move past that, Get Ready Queensland, but over to 0112, the Household Resilience Program. Now, the Household Resilience Program is one that's particularly directed to, as I understand it, to cyclones and dealing with making structural changes to existing household stock so that it can better resist a future exposure to cyclonic activity. And we heard some evidence about that in indeed on the first day of hearing, in the context of the significant risk of property damage and of course also risk to life from cyclones. Has there been any consideration of extending the Household Resilience Program to other kinds of natural disasters, for example, bushfire risk mitigation?
At this stage, this is a program that is administered by the Department of Housing and Public Works. Their focus has been on cyclone vulnerable areas from Bundaberg north to the Cape. For Queensland, severe fires, catastrophic fires are a relatively new event. Our first one being 2018, where we experienced catastrophic bushfires in central Queensland. I think as time goes on, we will probably need to look at extending similar programs to ensure that they take an all hazards approach to given the environment we are now facing.
I have, in the time available, 2 other quick points I want to take the Commissioners to and ask you to expand upon. The first is 0107. This is opportunities for the future. You raise a number of opportunities which I think may be of interest to the commissioners in that first dot point. Thank you. One of the things we have heard constantly, it seems, throughout this Royal Commission has been the difficulties experienced by members of the community and having to deal with a variety of people and having to retell their story, which of course can be both triggering and re-traumatising to them. But of course the necessity to gather data in order to be able to facilitate the delivery of recovery programs. The proposal here is for a single point of all data collected to be put through essentially through the one data point. You mentioned elsewhere in the submission at 0131, don't go to it, an integrated case management system for all recovery, which would facilitate one view of client needs and assistance being provided. Is that the same thing as what you're speaking to here, or is that a different thing?
No, it is the same thing, Council, and I think you've raised two issues there for us. Is the centralised collection of data to trigger relief measures. That is done at an agency level. And we centralise that through our State Disaster Coordination Centre. But the issue in relation to that integrated case management piece is about how we deal with people who have been deeply impacted by a disaster and how we arrange support for them, be it psychosocial support, financial support. And it is a challenging area because I don't believe a one-size-fits-all. And the best recovery hubs that I've seen in operation are those where there are a variety of services available in a one-stop shop where people can go and share their story to someone who may have the capacity to provide that psychosocial support, and then in the same place also provide financial support. Having one person be able to do that would be challenging and also would be very costly to train them. As I said, we've seen it work very, very well in our recovery hubs, which are administered by Department of Communities, and having that one-stop shop with all those facilities available has worked very, very well in the past.
You say here an opportunity is a single point of all data collected by any government or private NGO entity in any event, such as, I'm not sure if this is a mistake, National Globe data for emergency management. Should that be Globe or Global?
Globe is I understand it's a platform.
Oh, it's a platform, I see. I probably should know that. You also then go on to talk about exploring the role that the use of live big data may play. Are there any steps being taken by QRA or QRIDER in using big data or machine learning to assist in speeding and streamlining the information gathering process? And you spoke about using heat maps to assist in identifying appropriate prioritisation projects for investment.
As I indicated earlier in my comments, we certainly do have broad data collection capabilities and spatial capabilities within QRA and also within Queensland Government. How you would apply the analysis of that, we haven't turned our minds nor our resources to that within QRA at this stage.
The last thing I want to raise with you, I think it's best directed to you, Mr. McMillan. In the context of providing financial assistance, there's a question as to at what stage in the process one can best place incentives to minimise risk. To what extent is and whether or not there are both incentives and penalties incentives for minimising risk and penalties for risk taking. To what extent is that part of the way QRIDER assists the agricultural community by way of, for example, by the way it structures its financial support?
Thank you for the question. Do you mean around purely disaster recovery or some of the things that we actually do with the agricultural industries on a day-to-day basis?
Whatever is the best way to answer the question, I suppose.
Okay. I guess, we're very grassroots, so it's very, very operational what we actually do. So we'll be given a scheme, so when the monsoon hits, we would have dealt with a lot of the people before. Potentially not the small businesses, but definitely the agricultural people we would have actually worked with before. I think it's our role is really to interpret the scheme that is actually put in place, and that's normally done between the state government and the federal government, exactly what the scheme looks like. And then, really our role is to get that money, and particularly around the small businesses, because we do find that a lot of the small businesses go into these events not in a great situation anyway, and that was the situation in Townsville. And our role is to get that money into bank accounts as quickly as we possibly can, as effectively as we possibly can. Those individual businesses are using the money as they see best fit. They've got to get their businesses back up and running. Our evidence is they use that money wisely. And then we have loan scheme, obviously. Those loan schemes are all about replanting, getting the business back up and running, even down to operational, wages, etc. And particularly when people are borrowing money, our judgment is that they're actually using that money wisely.
I might go back to you, Mr. Moon. Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Mr. Moon, to what extent are there conditions or structures in your schemes of reconstruction that take into account incentivising members of the community to take risk mitigation and resilience upon themselves?
Incentivising, certainly from a state perspective, we don't incentivise through our schemes per se. There would be downstream impacts, for example, a household resilience program. It has the potential to reduce insurance premiums for those householders who undertake those retrofitting works. We certainly do recognise the importance as part of our grant funding process of people mitigating their risk and certainly assuming their where it's possible their abilities and their capacities to mitigate risk through insurance and those sorts of issues.
Commissioners, I'm mindful of the time. I think there's about, we did start a little bit late, but I know that each of you have questions.
Yeah, we do. And I want to thank both the gentlemen for it's been a comprehensive response that you've given us in the way Queensland recovers and the coordination side of it. I'd just like to take you to a couple of parts of the question that we asked, which is probably not in the steady state recovery phase, which you've covered quite well. It's probably those initial recovery areas, and just a couple of questions of process. So if we can go to CLQ.001.001.0071, so it's the cover of the sheet we had up before. And if you can just highlight the question, please. Question 1. So this was the question. And the submission is very comprehensive. It does provide an outline of the role of the State of Queensland in facilitating recovery of the 1920 bushfires and floods, including in relation to local communities and local government, provides other states and territories in the Commonwealth. The bit that I'm interested in is the bit in brackets in A, including the processes for supporting escalation of recovery support when local capacity is exceeded. Now, I note further into the submission the role of the QRA is request to monitor for when requests of assistance escalate when the capacity of resources of local governments have been exhausted. And so I'm interested in how you identify that and then how you then work with the states and territories in the Commonwealth in that sense. And so if I guess prompt that discussion, if we can go to page 0074. And if you highlight just the bit about other states and territories down to ANZ EMC, up without the EMC. So I'm looking at it in an operational sense, not a policy sense. And the answer, the reason I've lifted it up is ANZ EMC. Your answers are more around the policy and how you work the policy, similar with cause and the like. But noting own evidence from Queensland is you are disaster central. And in fact, I spent the last decade of my life supporting disasters in Queensland, and I've actually observed your betterment program as well in that time and how you work. But noting that you've got local governments continually in recovery phases, and then another disaster hits. And so we've heard evidence from local governments around Australia how quite quickly they become overtaxed and difficult for them to support. Now, you've given us in a business as usual steady state how Queensland recovers, but I'm interested in what's the process for identifying from a government level that an LGA is about to be, a council is about to be overwhelmed, and then how you've got internal processes, and that's for the state of Queensland to work, but how you then request assistance from states and territories or the Commonwealth. And that answer is very good. It talks about Queensland's experience and how you support other people, but it doesn't actually answer the question about how you do it yourself. The words that got my attention, though, were the second dot point, where it says you have strong relationships with other jurisdictions, offer assistance to them on an ad hoc basis. And I'm assuming that the other jurisdictions do that back to you, or is there a process in place that provides structure to that? Does that make sense? It was a long lead-in, but does that make sense as a question?
I'll try and answer it in two parts, Commissioner. Thank you. With respect to our local disaster management groups and the operation there, where we recognise that by virtue of the scale of the disaster and the needs of that local disaster management group are escalating quickly, and we need to bring more capability and support in there, we deal with that and we manage that because through our arrangements we pre-position various agency representatives within that local disaster management group, and they are giving us visibility of the unfolding situation, and they have, even prior to the event, a very, very good understanding of the capability of the recovery capacities and also associated recovery groups within that jurisdiction. So we're able to elevate that through to district and also through to the state. We have a standing group of recovery officers at QRA who have very, very strong relationships with those local governments, and that is essential during the course of the disaster because they can feed us that intelligence back as it unfolds, and we can make requests for additional assistance. With respect to other jurisdictions, Commissioner, we do have an MOU to share community recovery resources, and I reflect back on the north and northwest monsoon, where we were able to access approximately 250 representatives of the community recovery workforce from other jurisdictions. That's managed by the Department of Communities under a memorandum of understanding. We're also.
Can we just stop? That one actually is a good one, because who is that MOU with?
It's with other members of the SRRG, so it is administered through, or it's facilitated through CORES.
Okay, so if I just go up there, just so for those that are watching, the last dot point there, and this will help the Commission go through, CORES is a subcommittee, Community Outcomes and Recovery Subcommittee of ANZ EMC, which is a policy committee, and the SRRG, I think, sits underneath that. That's the stakeholder group. Who are they? Who's that group?
They're representatives of the various agencies throughout Australia who manage community recovery. Mm-hmm. And they can be from a variety of agencies, Commissioner.
Okay, and so
here in Queensland, it is our Department of Communities who are responsible for the human and social line of recovery. All
right, so that's the SRRG, and they are facilitated by who? Who? Obviously, the group comes together. Does someone chair it? Does someone facilitate it? How does that work?
I'd have to take advice from the Department of Communities as who actually chairs it at this particular point in time, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, that's right. Sorry.
Is there a secretariat?
I was going to ask about a secretariat, but that's okay. I won't put you on the spot there. But we're just trying to get where that all sits, and then, okay, so that's a policy committee, and there's an MOU. Let's lift it back up to your level again. That MOU works. How is that coordinated? Do you just go state to state, or does someone facilitate that? How does that all work?
The Department of Communities would go state to state to access community recovery resources.
Okay. Is the Commonwealth a signatory to that too?
I'd have to take advice on that, Commissioner.
Okay. No, that's right. I don't want to put you in a position where you're not sure. Okay. So that's a process on how non-operational, non-combat, if you put firefighting or rescue. Response resources, they have another mechanism, but this is the non-operational aspect of that. The people come in early on for recovery to help that. How does that then coordinate with the local government area association? I'm just looking at council.
Council.
Yeah, we had the Queensland Local Government Association.
So the Queensland Local Government Association provided evidence about their council-to-council program, which was within the state of Queensland. And then I think...
No, stop there. That's exactly what I wanted.
Thank you.
So how do you work with an association that says that they're coordinating resources backwards and forwards between local government areas to make sure that they're not over... Do they sit with you somewhere in a committee, or do you liaise with them, or do you outsource it to them? It seems that was the case from the evidence that they gave, that they just seem to do it between councils and get on with it. How does that part work?
So the Local Government Association of Queensland sit on the QDMC, are an observer at QDMC, and they are feeding into the operational aspects, not only of response but also of recovery. In terms of the sharing of resources in the community recovery space, the LGAQ do not provide support in that space. They will be providing support directly to the council impacted. However, the actual local disaster management group is coordinating and with Department of Communities will coordinate recovery activities using a range of resources, not only interstate but also state-based resources as well.
Okay, so in this, you may not be able to answer it, but in the response phase then, where the local government council's becoming overwhelmed in that early bit, the association coordinates resources, not a state department or anyone like that. They let the association work that backwards and forwards and just get on with it.
Correct. We have very, very flat arrangements in Queensland where the LGAQ have visibility of the operations of those councils and are able to mobilise support for councils that are exhausting their own resources.
So that's not seen as a state responsibility? Does that sound like I'm confused? But I would have thought that's a state responsibility.
Well, certainly under our disaster management arrangements, the mobilisation of those local council resources can be facilitated and is facilitated by the LGAQ.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you both for your evidence. Two quick questions. Before, you made reference to the fact that in your systems, agencies collect data and then it's aggregated up to the State Disaster Coordination Centre. I just wondered whether the collation of those data is done in accordance with the national protocol. So what data you collect, the form in which it's collected, those sorts of things, so to ensure there is consistency in the data that's collected at the state level, it can be integrated at the federal level.
The State Disaster Coordination Group would set the framework for the collection of that data. We are in the recovery space. We determine which data we use to support the activation. So it's probably a question best directed to Queensland Fire and Emergency Services Commissioner.
Thanks for that. Follow-up question then. Again, before Ms Hogan-Doran asked you a question about whether there's any penalties for risk-taking in the programs that you administer. So can I just give you a hypothetical? Let's just say we had two businesses built in a flood-prone area. Business A did took good measures to prepare the property and the business for the floods. They built barriers and built cement, had cement flooring, etc., etc. Business B didn't. And then an event occurs and both of the businesses seek assistance. Is there anything in the programs that you administer that accounts for the fact that business A did things to mitigate risk and business B didn't?
No, Commissioner. Under the disaster recovery funding arrangements, which you would have visibility of, there is no such mechanism within those relief measures.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett.
Yes, I've got just some little clarification type of questions, if I may. Some of them mirror some of the areas already raised by Commissioner McIntosh. I'll just go to the last one first. You talked about the importance of having people have a one-stop shop to tell their story, and that then involves data sharing between different government agencies. And that was in the series of dot points. I've lost the page. And then above that, you were looking at options about the use of live big data. I'm assuming that the use of live big data that you're considering is about things like predictions and modelling, and not using big data for people's privately collected stories. Is that correct? I just want to clarify that point.
That is correct, Commissioner. We would use that to inform our decisions about mitigation investment and betterment investment into the future.
Yes, it's not going to be using some sort of because there are a lot of people selling data about people around at the moment. So I just want to make sure that those privacy considerations, while people can consent to have their story told broadly for the purposes of recovery, that it's not being machine learned for other purposes. No, well, thank you. That's very helpful. You also asked some questions about your investment framework, and I just wanted to clarify. I think you were asked the question, and I didn't quite understand that it was. You may have answered it, but I didn't quite understand the answer. You were asked whether your framework, which referred to co-investment, was other government entities and other government funding, or whether it also included the private sector. And I'm going to ask it again, because I'd be interested to know whether you do bring in the private sector, either by way of public-private partnerships, or, for example, looking to social impact investment. People who are investing in social impact outcomes. And I was just wondering whether you're utilising those sorts of private sources of funding in your recovery programs.
We haven't thus far, Commissioner. And certainly the way we administer the disaster recovery funding arrangements here in Queensland, it is a safety net to not only state entities but also to local government and members of the community. The private enterprise is not usually included in terms of reconstruction and also investment in betterment, and we certainly haven't approached them thus far on a co-investment model in our disaster recovery funding arrangements and our working in recovery.
I was thinking of it, I must say, in that betterment space, actually. That's what triggered my thinking, that there could be an opportunity in the betterment space, especially with major facilities, that there could be social impact investing or PPPs. But I'll just leave that. Would you reject it?
We wouldn't reject it on the surface, but I would reflect that the DRFA and the way we link betterment to existing essential public infrastructure, they are usually either state-owned or local government-owned. So under the existing betterment framework, we wouldn't have the flexibility to invest in private infrastructure, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. And my last one is coming back to a bit of the same sort of area that Commissioner McIntosh raised. I was thinking of it in terms of with the betterment and people who've insured and insured value. And I think I saw that you give 75% of, in one particular case, up to 75% of increased cost up to a maximum of $11,000 odd if people want to. I think that was in the cyclone. House improvements. I'm thinking about house improvements for cyclones, and you gave that. Now, I just wondered where insured, uninsured comes in, because a lot of people, when they're looking at building back or improvement or changing after damage, these are often the insurance costs don't meet that sort of extra betterment improvement. Is that where the state can is that where the state comes in generally? I mean, do you help if people? I mean, the bit of the question Commissioner McIntosh asked was about, you know, people who mitigate and don't mitigate. I'm asking insured versus non-insured, and I think the answer you gave him suggests to me that it's the same sort of answer. So where's the incentive for people to, A, two questions, where's the incentive for people to insure? And B, if their insurance doesn't cover a betterment program, is that where the state kicks in?
Essentially, a decision about insurance is a matter for a particular individual. There are no incentives built into the relief measures that are currently captured under the disaster recovery funding arrangements. As I said, from a recovery perspective, the way we deal with people without insurance versus those with insurance is that those people who start to fall through the safety net, we not only provide assistance through the DRFA, but there are other ways of providing assistance through the charities and the non-government organisations as well. And we have, over the last 10 years, been in that situation where we have people whose recovery from a particular disaster is particularly impacted because they don't have the wherewithal in which to fund their own recovery. And that is where we come in with a range of recovery options that is not necessarily administered under the DRFA. But certainly when we are coming to the issue of how do we incentivise people to take insurance, that is very much left to the individual at this particular point in time, Commissioner.
Well, if you end up with the same level of outcome, that if your home is damaged and it's going to be brought back to a level, what is by the state, by the recovery funding, where is the incentive either to mitigate or to insure? At this point in time, our disaster recovery funding arrangements have not matured to a sense to a stage where we provide incentives nor triggers for additional investment in personal assets. So the two people, insured and uninsured, mitigated and not mitigated, end up with the same end result. One just gets much more funding. The uninsured, unmitigated person gets more funding to bring their property up to the same level as the person who insured and mitigated. The way the disaster recovery funding arrangements are currently set is that those incentives are not built into those disaster recovery funding arrangements. It is very much calibrated as a safety net for individuals and also for local governments. It is not a reimbursement scheme, and it doesn't take into account, in most cases, whether an individual is insured or uninsured. Thank you very much. Thank you. They were very helpful clarifications, and all of your evidence has been of great assistance. Thank you.
Mr. McMillan, Mr. Moon, thank you for joining us this morning. It has been a really good session. It's probably it's a good session to start the recovery couple of days and module off. So we appreciate that very much. Have we heard anything from those with leave to appear?
No.
No? Obviously didn't ask hard enough questions, but we we thank you both for joining us today and
They may be released.
They may be released from their summons. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we'll adjourn until 11:55 Canberra time. Thank you.
Rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 11:55. Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Yes, Chair, just before we call the next witnesses, I'm going to complete the tender of the opening submissions received from the states and the ACT. I'm informed that Exhibit 19.17.1 was the submission of the State of Tasmania tendered yesterday, and the Exhibit 20.14.6 is the opening submission of the State of Victoria, which was included in the bundle of materials which Ms Dubby tendered this morning. I tender the opening submission of the State of Queensland of May 2020. That's Exhibit 20.31.
Okay.
And I tender the ACT government submission to the Royal Commission of 29 April 2020, and that's Exhibit 20.32.
Okay. We'll take both of those as exhibits.
I'll just note that there's no opening submission has been received from the Northern Territory or from the State of New South Wales. I also note there has not been an opening submission received from the State of Western Australia, but noting that the State of Western Australia provided their letters patent at a later point in time to the State of New South Wales and the other states.
All right, thank you.
Next, can we please call Recovery Panel 1.2, Mr Craig Limkin, who's Deputy Secretary, Policy and Intergovernmental Relations and State Recovery Advisor, and Ms Jenny Gale, Secretary, Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Mr Limkin,
Of Tasmania.
Ms Gale, thank you very much for joining us.
Now, Mr Limkin.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Mr Limkin, I understand that you will take an affirmation, is that right?
That is correct.
Mr. Limkin, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Ms Gale, I understand that you will also take an affirmation.
That's correct.
Ms. Gale, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the State of Tasmania has responded to the questions posed in relation to recovery by way of a witness statement. We referred earlier today to that statement having been provided voluntarily. I'm advised, in fact, that is an error, and the statement was, in fact, provided pursuant to a compulsory notice to give a witness statement. Is that correct, Ms Gale? Just to correct the record?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. Can we please bring up document TAS 500 001 0452? And Ms Gale, is this the witness statement by which the State of Tasmania has responded to the questions?
It is.
And can you confirm that the contents of this statement are true and correct?
I can confirm that. Yes, they are true and correct.
Thank you. Now, Ms Gale, you're the Secretary, Department of Premier and Cabinet for the State of Tasmania. Would you be able to briefly explain your role as it relates to recovery from natural disasters?
Thank you. Yes, as the Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet under the Tasmanian legislation for the Emergency Management Act, my position has responsibility for recovery once an emergency has been declared. So my position is as the State Recovery Advisor, and at the moment that is delegated to the Deputy Secretary role of Policy and Intergovernmental Relations. So I delegate as I see fit, depending on the nature of the circumstances.
Certainly. And so, Mr Limkin, that means you're currently in the role of the State Recovery Advisor, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Now, Just to start with, I'd like to go and just have a bit of an overview of the effect of bushfires in the state of Tasmania in recent years, and particularly for Tasmania. Initially, I'd like to go back a little bit earlier than we have for some of the other states. Can we please go to document TAS 500-001-0152? And this is a final recovery plan for the 2018 to 19 bushfires, which for Tasmania were more significant than the bushfires experienced over the most recent summer period. Is either of you in a position to talk to the effect of these bushfires on the state of Tasmania?
Yes, I believe we will be able to. I would just like to preface that by saying that at the time of the 2018-19 bushfires, I think I had been in this role for approximately a month to 6 weeks, and Mr. Limkin actually was not in Tasmania at the time. So, but we do have, I do have an overview, and we have the documents in front of us. So we should hopefully be able to provide responses to the questions, or we may have to take some things on notice.
Perhaps I'll just suggest to you, based on the document before you, that in terms of just a very brief overview, the burnt area was around 210,000 hectares, or 3% of Tasmania as a whole, which is found at page 0.155. Sorry, 0155.
I don't know if they've got code.
And
Yes.
this report also talks to reports of psychological impact and personal distress, small business owners with significant level of distress, and notes, as Ms Hogan-Doran noted in the hearing, that 95,430 hectares of the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area burnt, which was about 6% of that area. Is that recovery process,
Yes.
and is that recovery process still continuing?
I'll answer that. So, yes, there are a number of still recommendations that are being implemented. So Tasmania does a review as part of recovery. So the actual recovery process to help the communities and those affected has ended, but the actual continuing on with implementation of the review findings out of the recovery response is continuing.
Are you able to talk to the way in which the reviews of that process are being implemented and fed back into your processes currently?
Yep. So the Department of Premiers and Cabinet, Office of Security and Emergency Management team has responsibility to manage the implementation of the responses on a whole of government basis. So we partner with agencies such as DPITWI, which is our Department of Primary Industries, Parks, Water, to really implement those. And so things such as the TWA review and looking at the impact on climate change continue at this point. OSM takes an overall management role and is driving the delivery and performance of that. Our government is really focused on taking lessons learned out of this, out of bushfire processes to inform how we build resilient communities and protect the state of Tasmania from natural disasters going forward. You know, you're talking about a bushfire, but we do that with, floods, or we'll do that with the COVID pandemic. It'll be, more broadly of how we manage the system here in Tasmania.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the most recent bushfire season, Tasmania wasn't without fires. There's an impact and needs assessment that's set out in document TAS 500-001-0198, which is attached to the statement, in which it notes that fire burnt over 22,000 hectares, destroyed 7 residential premises, with an economic impact on agribusiness estimated at 1.2 million. The witness statement, which is TAS 500-001-0452 at 0461 sets out that the total recorded spending for the Tasmanian government recovery measures was over 8 million, and that the Commonwealth contribution is unknown until the DRF claim is finalised. Would you like to add anything in terms of the effect and the recovery process of those particular fires on Tasmania?
I think what I would say is, Tasmania has had in 2019-20 a very smaller fire system. We didn't see the devastation caused elsewhere. However, that does impact people. 7 Houses Lost Hill has impacted people here in Tasmania, and Tasmania takes a community-led approach on recovery, and so we have had to work with those communities and those local government areas to really help them recover from this process. I guess the point I would make is the DRF, the reason why our witness statement talks about, we are unable to consolidate the costs at the moment is because the process to do that is actually quite long and is complex. We actually have to have it audited, signed off by an auditor, submit a final claim. And so the reason why we can't provide that information to the committee is the process the Commonwealth has set up is a lengthy process and quite a complex process.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps this is a good point at which to turn and ask if you would be able to give either Ms Gale or Mr Limkin a brief overview of recovery coordination and in particular governance within Tasmania. I might ask the operator to bring up in the witness statement TAS 500 001 0452, if you could bring up the second page, 0453, and just show the diagram at the top of the page.
Sorry, just give us that's better.
Yes, I see that now. Thank you.
Could one of you please give an overview?
Well, that describes. So that describes the governance in relation to the Tasmanian recovery, and you will see there, and this governance and the recovery arrangements are legislated through the Emergency Management Act, as I said earlier. So at the very top level, we will see that we have a ministerial committee for emergency management, which is chaired by the Premier, and then various layers underneath that. So when we're talking about recovery, we do the State Recovery Coordinator does form a State Recovery Committee, and while response is happening to the emergency, then that is formed underneath the State Emergency Management Committee and as part of the State Control Centre. And the State Recovery Committee has on it representatives from agencies across government in Tasmania and does include the Local Government Association of Tasmania, and Craig will probably be able to give you some more detail in relation to that. And then we have various working groups and so on during that response phase, which is the middle part of that governance diagram, the recovery working groups and so on. We can also have, depending on the circumstances, there may well be a recommendation from the State Recovery Advisor to the Ministerial Committee for Emergency Management to form a recovery task force and to have a recovery coordinator. That doesn't always happen. Again, it depends on the circumstances of the particular emergency of the day. So, Craig, I don't know if you would like to add anything.
I think just to pick up on your last point, Jenny, that while this is our proposed recovery structure under TMAR and the State Recovery Plan, as Jenny said, under the Emergency Management Act, it is flexible. Each instance is unique. You look at, and I know you're looking at natural disasters, but you look at COVID. We have run a similar structure, but we've expanded a recovery working group into two different ones, social and economic. And so I think while this is the proposed governance, the plans give us the ability to flex and change depending on the situation and really engage in what's right for the community. We are dealing with people who are affected. We are dealing with people who could have lost their homes and their land. And so it is really important that we change the governance structures and the recovery process to meet those communities. Particularly, you'll see on the screen, you'll see regional social recovery committees. They have been key for us in these things, dealing with mental health, dealing with that, and we can stand them up individually to a region such as the Northwest, or we can stand them up across the state, depending on what is the impact.
And of course, we also, if I could just add to that, in each emergency situation being different, we also have different ways, I guess, in which recovery runs either parallel to response or separately on its own. And again, it would depend on the nature of it. I probably should also mention there that that the State Recovery Committee works loosely to this. Flexibly to the State Recovery Plan, and we look at recovery across those four domains that I think are referenced in the witness statement: the social recovery, economic recovery, infrastructure and environmental recovery, and they are each the responsibility of different agencies, and DPAC coordinates the cross-domain recovery.
Okay. Can you describe within those different domains how you deal with information flows and ensuring that everybody has the information that they need for that process to work in a streamlined way? So, in an overview sense, each of the responsible agencies does take responsibility for their particular components. So, for example, for a state-coordinated recovery, the responsible agency will work with the coordinating agency. So in the current COVID case, for example, then that would be the Department of Health. In the previous bushfire emergencies, that would be the Department of Police, Fire and Emergency Management. The responsible agency works with that coordinating agency to collate, analyse, interpret and report the impact assessment data, for example. And then those coordinating agencies would liaise with DPAC's Office of Security and Emergency Management or a recovery task force if one had been formed for that particular emergency. And then DPAC, as the lead agency for recovery, then would have responsibility for that information being reported and disseminated back up through other key stakeholders such as the State Controller, regional controllers, the State Emergency Management Committee, etc. Okay, thank you.
I think also, as Jenny said, it is also about community-led. Like we may choose for long-term recovery to set up a affected areas recovery committee to really provide that community's input into this and really gain an understanding from those local governments in those regional areas.
Certainly. Now, just for the record, you referred to TEMA before, so I'm just going to, for the record, that's the Tasmanian Emergency Management Arrangements, is that right?
That is correct, and that's required under our Emergency Management Act to be prepared and maintained and reviewed regularly.
Very good. Just for the record, I'm going to read in that it has been provided very helpfully. It is at document TAS 500 001 0001. We don't need to bring that up. Now, you referred to the disaster recovery funding arrangements at the Commonwealth level. You've also provided a series of documents being Tasmania's key Tasmania Relief and Recovery funding arrangements, and you've attached 3 of those to the response. Would you be able to describe how they operate and how they interact with the DRFA?
So the Tasmanian Relief and Recovery arrangements, really the outset is to provide instant relief to communities through providing support to them that they need straight away. And so they work in partnership with the natural disaster relief funding. So, for example, after the 2019 bushfires, the TRA was activated for affected local government areas. These local government areas incurred about $100,000 in costs, recovery to road assets, and we expect to be able to recover 45% of that back through the feds. Having said that, we do need to make those category thresholds that are established by the federal government. And so, these are designed to help people very quickly, to support communities, and deal with the event really quickly. Another example where we've activated this is the Southern Tasmania Extreme Weather Event in 2018, where there were several affected councils. We provided $13.5 million in worth of infrastructure recovery to those councils to help them restore. We expect that we will cover 75% of those costs, with them being able to claim 25% of those costs back from the feds. So.
Yeah. And is it right that in circumstances where a local government area isn't activated for support under the DRFA, people in that area may be able to get support pursuant to the TRRA?
Yes, that is correct. The Premier may choose to activate the TRRA based on advice from the State Recovery Advisor.
Yes.
And there are, and I should say, under the TRRA, there are, as you said in your statement earlier, there are three policies: the personal hardship and distress assistance policy, the natural disaster relief for local government policy, and the community recovery policy. And so these are designed to flex, and I'm going to keep coming back to this point, we flex quite a lot depending on what is the situation, because no natural disaster is the same, and so therefore no response or recovery can be the same.
Thank you. In your response to the questions, you've referred to the Recovery Partners Network, and you've attached the statement of purpose to that. Would one of you be able to speak to that network, how it came about and what its purpose is?
Well, again, it is really based, I think, on our notion that recovery happens best at the local level, and with those partners who are aware of what the situation is more locally. And so, therefore, the Recovery Partner Network is, I guess, a manifestation of us trying to make sure that we build those networks and that we have people on the ground who are able to provide advice and work with the local communities and so on. It's a bit similar to our emergency volunteer group that we have started. It is a way of making sure that we had that on the ground level support and utilise best what those non-government organisations and others are able to support us with.
So we have the Recovery Partners Network has about 60 organisations approximately in it. They are regularly talked to by our Awesome team outside, or what you call peacetime. There are annual forums to actually collaborate together. But I guess we do use them significantly during an emergency. I can only talk about COVID because that is my first emergency here, but I can tell you that, I have had a dedicated team member talking to that Recovery Partner Network, exploring ways we support recovery and deliver for the community every day since we've declared a state of emergency. If this was a bushfire of the impacts that we saw on the mainland, I would expect a similar system to being taught. And, this is a way where we target the best capability from these NGOs to actually deliver the outcomes for the community. I didn't know of this until I moved to Tasmania. I have not seen this before, and I think it is a fantastic way of collaborating, coordinating and delivering a great outcome for the community.
Yeah. And we certainly used our Recovery Partner Network during the 1920 bushfires in the Huon Have I got that right, or is that the 1819?
1819 bushfires.
Bushfires in the Huon. We did some. There were 3 or 4 communities, including the Huon Valley, who were impacted by those bushfires, and we were able to work with our non-government partners to make sure that we had, in quite dispersed areas, support through the network.
Thank you. You, in the witness statement, you discuss the way in which coordination in the recovery area is done up to the Commonwealth. You talk about liaisons with EMA, NBRA, the CORS, which is also part of the ANZ EMC, lots of acronyms. Could I ask you to speak to that Commonwealth engagement and, from Tasmania's perspective, how well you feel that that is working?
Here we speak as a very small jurisdiction, and I was actually speaking with one of our the manager of our Office for Security and Emergency Management this morning, and he was speaking about another jurisdiction where he believes they have about 80 people staff who are working on the DRFA. We have one. We have one staff member who does that. It's almost a full-time job, from emergency to emergency. Since I've been in this role and in the state service, I guess, over the past 5 years, we have had one emergency after another every year, and in some years 2. And so it's a big job for one person. And so our commentary in relation to this is that we would hope that we could get to the most streamlined as possible arrangements with the Commonwealth, because we simply do not have the staff that we can put towards liaison across agencies. I mean, we do that and we do our best now, but really it would suit our purposes much better and enable us to spend our resources, both in terms of our staff time as well as in terms of our funding and so on, more appropriately on the emergencies and the recovery than on resources to work to an architecture, I guess, for want of a better word, that does not necessarily suit each agency each jurisdiction in the same way.
Yeah.
And I just like to add, if I may, that we need to remember the more complex the process to talk to people and collaborate, the worse outcome it is for a community. And the longer we have to work through 5 or 6 different organisations and mountain paperwork, it's the less outcome that community gets, the better, less support they get. And we all do these jobs of public service to support the community, and my team gets phone calls of upset people and whatnot. And so any way we can streamline that process is a good outcome.
We'll talk in a bit more detail. I'll bring you very directly to the concerns you have around the DRFA processes. But just putting that to one side for a moment, is there a specific part of that coordination that you would otherwise like to draw out that you think could be streamlined further?
I think that in relation to the bushfires that previously we had, for example, we would rather work with the existing relationships that we have rather than bringing in new organisations. So we have worked really productively with Emergency Management Australia and value that, certainly value that relationship. And it does become, I think, less well funded when the effort is distributed across a number of groups. So, for example, the ANZ EMC, so the Australian New Zealand Emergency Management Committee, sorry, the acronyms get to me as well, have been working on a national recovery framework, and we're participating in that project, but we believe that it's progressed quite slowly because it's been dependent on member jurisdictions being able to commit in-kind resources, which is, again, quite difficult for a small jurisdiction. So we are of the view that if there were fewer organisations and they were well funded, that would work better in our circumstance. So normally, if we have, say, for example, a really difficult fire period such as we had in 2018 and 2019, we would bring somebody down from the EMA who would work beside us, and that's been enormously beneficial to Tasmania for that to happen. But if we wanted to, and we would prefer to leverage off that relationship that's worked well for some time now, rather than have other people arrive in the wake of a major disaster, such as some of the other agencies.
Yeah, thank you. Now, turning to monitoring and evaluation, you've noted the importance of evaluating recovery programs and learning from experience, and you've attached to the statement two independent evaluations. Sorry, it's a single evaluation that is attached in two parts, undertaken by the University of Technology, Sydney, and which were recently finalised in relation to recovery support. Would either of you like to speak to the importance of evaluation and maybe draw out any particular learnings that are coming out of this and the ways in which you can implement those going forwards?
So obviously, as Craig said, each emergency situation we find ourselves in is different. So the Tasmanian Government believes that it's really important that we learn from each of those and then build our toolkit, I suppose, for want of a better word, in relation to what might come next. And therefore, we highly value independent evaluations. Sometimes we do internal evaluations as well. Obviously, it's better, in our view, to have a fresh set of eyes looking over what we have done in what circumstances and what we can learn from that. Generally speaking, we would get recommendations from evaluations which would then go up through the government channels, and for a commitment from government one way or the other, and then once that commitment is made, then they flow back down to agencies. Sometimes additional funding is required, other times not. It's just a different way of working, and we work our way through those, and that's, I guess, where we are in relation to all of the reviews that have been conducted, whether that's a flood review, these Southern Tasmania extreme weather event or bushfire reviews.
And I agree with Jenny. And you look at an example of that is, the impact that our fires, all the fires that have happened here before my time. Tasmania has learnt from that and is feeding all this into a Tasmanian bushfire fuel reduction program. And so we are using it to build more resilient communities, to really build back better and protect our communities going forward. And so these reviews aren't just put on the shelf, they are actually implemented. I sit on the fuel reduction committee, and we have learned so much that we've learned out of the 1890 fires have fed into this. And I'm advised that, the work has actually helped save homes because of those learnings. And so it does have a direct impact on how you manage this.
Yeah. And it comes back to, as Craig said, our valuing of resilience as a way forward for Tasmania, and we believe that's everybody's responsibility, not just governments but communities and so on. And those evaluations and reviews do help us to build better or take actions that will build better resilience across Tasmania in the face of what the next crisis will be.
Thank you. Now, I'm conscious of the time, and I just want to give you an opportunity to talk through the areas in which you've suggested that there may be improvements of coordination of recovery before I ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you. Perhaps first we could go to the witness statement at page 0457, which at paragraph 9, you've referred to the work currently being progressed by EMA to develop a national recovery framework. Would you speak to why you think that's important and how you think it will assist recovery coordination?
I guess for us, all jurisdictions do this. We all look at this. If there is a national approach, it does help us to deal with these type of challenges. We believe that being able to work with a single agency and be able to pull those resources in will help us progress to dealing with these situations quicker. So having a coordinated approach, you look at what happened in New South Wales and Victoria, and I'm sure my colleagues will talk about this. Fires don't respect borders. Fires don't respect local government borders. They don't affect, floods don't either. And so having a coordinated approach where taking in response each state's different circumstances, but principles and a high-level approach will enable us to deliver better for the community. And I guess that's why we do see the value in that, particularly also with the digital frontier working. You don't want each state having 5 different digital platforms with 5 different parts of information if we're trying to grapple with this on a national basis. And so, there does need to be a balance. I don't want to say everything should be nationalised, but there does need to be a balance. And I think we do believe that the National Recovery Framework will help us set those policy boundaries and those guidance to actually deliver on what is the best for the community.
Yeah. And while we're on this page, I'll also note that you've already spoken to it, but that you've included there that you believe that it should be a single agency or section for coordination processes, and that is another of your suggestions for recovery. Can I move to, just one moment, page 0474 at paragraph 35. And here you've suggested this, and here we're going to look specifically at the DRFA requirements in relation to the onerous nature of them and the barriers that are there to getting funding for betterment. Could you please talk to that suggestion?
So I'm probably going to make some general comments first on the DFRA. Look, it is a very cumbersome process. The assurance process, the multiple audits, the documentation, the problem with getting betterment funding is onerous. I am advised that in order to get betterment funding, we actually need to get the Prime Minister of Australia to approve that funding. It does, that then takes time, that then causes delays. So I guess for me, and I've said this earlier, a streamlined process for a DFRA, which drives community needs, is critical to the success nationally, in my view.
I think we should preface that by saying that we're very grateful for the Commonwealth Government's contribution to the disaster funding.
We took that as read, but thank you very much.
And if we take the community benefit principle or value here, the time that it takes, particularly, again, small jurisdictions to meet the requirements, is a time that a bridge could be rebuilt. And it could be rebuilt better, but because it would take and we need those bridges to be built. I do recall when we had the Southern Tasmania extreme weather event, we had some quite isolated communities who only had contact with the rest of the community via one bridge. There was a one-way in and one-way out. Now, if we had to wait for a very long time to be able to build that bridge better, if we believed it needed to be, then that group or that family would be very highly disadvantaged. So it's really, as well as what we can deal with as a jurisdiction, but more importantly, the impact that those kinds of processes have on the community and the opportunities to rebuild that are at the heart of it for Tasmania. So I think that's something, if we kept that at the core, as the core principle of arrangements, be they state arrangements or Commonwealth arrangements, that would go well for the community.
and you'll see in there the Commonwealth has acknowledged at the COAG meeting, our Premier and the Prime Minister had a conversation about, that we do need to focus on the provisions for building back better and, how the balance of funding is actually towards that. Is it better to actually build back better or build resilience community and funding first and actually deal with the aftermath? And, that work is ongoing. I've met with my Premier, with the Chief Scientist of Australia, to continue that work. And so we do acknowledge the work that the Commonwealth is doing on this piece of time. So.
Finally, I'd like to go to page 0484, where you've responded to a question about the role of the Commonwealth and whether there might be a greater...
I'm sorry, could you just refer us to the paragraph, please?
Yes, certainly. Can we bring up... Sorry, it's page 33. It's under question 56.
Thank you.
And perhaps if we could expand the answer under A, coordination. Thank you. Now, I understand that the answer is here that you think that emergency management is appropriately a state territory responsibility. Can you speak to your answer here?
Thank you. In relation to that, we believe that national coordination is important, and it's very important when we have emergencies that are of national significance and cross the borders, as Craig indicated before. So, for example, and the best example of that to date that I've experienced is the current emergency, the COVID-19 emergency. However, we do believe that states and territories should continue to have responsibility within their jurisdiction for most of the work that happens in relation to recovery. And again, it comes back to that notion that the people on the ground know best what the needs are and what the processes are, and there needs to be flexibility to enable the community to be served best. And we are not of the view that national coordination will always result in that being the case. So we are strongly of the view that that it is the responsibility of each, and should continue to be the responsibility of each state and territory. But there is an important role for national coordination, but not necessarily national or I guess the Commonwealth Government taking responsibility for those arrangements across Australia.
And I think that's why the national framework is so important. You look at, I know, COVID, there were a framework set up about when do you call in the ADF. And we used that when we had the Northwest outbreak. And so, I'll come back to your earlier question. That's why the national framework for us is so clear on when you do those and what framework you do that under.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioners, sorry, that concludes my questions.
In fact, it's a perfect chance. We've been focusing on this paragraph. You would wonder. And so, can we just your answer about Tasmania supports national coordination as opposed to Commonwealth coordination? Believes state and territories should continue to have responsibility for supporting and engaging local governments. Your assumption is Commonwealth coordination steps in at the state level. I think what we're discussing is Commonwealth coordination at a higher level, at a national standard, without getting into the states and territories' business. So that trust me, that was the context of the question. But it seems to be the answer is an all or nothing, and I'm not sure. In your opinion, is there an in between or what? Because I'll go to the next part of the question in a second, but I'm not sure you're answering the question exactly the way the Commission was trying to get the discussion going.
No, well, thanks for clarifying that. Thanks for clarifying that. I guess the model that we would like to see is that we have streamlined national coordination, and if that's the intent, then we would support that in a way that that enables states and territories to continue with their work, but provides, as you say, that higher level coordination through. So things like that we've observed and we've experienced here, national coordination, for example, in using the Australian Defence Forces to support efforts in individual states and territories currently happening in Victoria. We had fantastic support in Tasmania when we had an outbreak in COVID on the northwest coast. So that at that higher level, the national coordination is, we believe, to be extremely beneficial. Again, though, we would hope that would be streamlined. So we have had concerns previously about getting information about what the costs might be, what the arrangements might be. If we got to a point where that was clear, that there was a single point of contact where you could go to get the information that you needed, then that's the kind of national coordination that we would really value.
Okay, I'll just go to Commissioner Bennett, and then I'll come back.
Yes, I only have, just because it's a follow-on from that, I understand what your answer is. I didn't quite understand what you meant by Tasmania supports national coordination as opposed to Commonwealth coordination. I understand that I just didn't understand the distinction you were seeking to drive in that sentence.
So I think that if it was national coordination that jurisdictions participated in and had an opportunity to help to shape, then that would be the type of coordination that we would value more than, and it would be the same if it was in the state and we were talking about our partners out around in our regions, for example, rather than, and I don't necessarily mean this in a derogatory sense, but a top-down and without consultation approach to the coordination. So it's a participatory and where states and territories have an opportunity to shape the national coordination rather than, say, having another agency or jurisdiction determining what that coordination might look like. I guess that's the distinction.
No, we appreciate that.
That clarifies it.
That's a good clarification. With that, can I take us to that document 0456? And it's the top, it's para 5 right at the top, just that one there. This is a similar question we asked Queensland. So this is the resource sharing. So it gets to that point where, local government areas are overwhelmed, that you do need some support. And what was I note that Tasmania, I think, sent people to Queensland, I think, during floods. In there. Yeah, so it goes both ways. And the question was, what's the mechanism to do that? And you've got the guidelines for interstate assistance. We've seen those before, and it's developed by the National Social Recovery Reference Group. So the question is, who in Tasmania is on the National Social Recovery Reference Group?
So we may need to take that on notice. I think it would be somebody from our Office for State and Security and Emergency Management, but it may also be somebody from DPFEM. So we will take that on notice.
Okay, no, that's okay. You've probably given the answer I need.
We may be able to find out now.
But if you can find it, that would be good. They seem to be playing an important part. I have a bunch more questions on them, but I won't go down that path. I don't think you're the right in the position to answer it. So you can let that deep breath out. I'll go to Commissioner McIntosh for a question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Quick one on the Recovery Partners Network. I just wondered how you what charities are part of it. Is there a vetting process? Are there things you have to meet, or is it just a charity wants to become a part of it, they put up their hand and they get allowed in, or can you help me?
There is a process, so how we started this, we started with the organisations that we work with. Tasmania is a small state, so we do have a a limited number of partners. If a new one wanted to come through, they're more than welcome to. We encourage more participants to help us. There is a vetting process, obviously, because we don't want, someone who's just, if they're providing mental health support, we want to make sure they are a registered mental health support process provider. But we don't want a massive type of process, because we want to encourage this to be organic and growing. But there are some checks, and it depends on what they are, or who they are, and what service they're providing.
Thanks for that. I asked the Queenslanders earlier about whether they have a protocol or a standard for data collection on losses from hazard events, and I wondered whether the Tasmanians have such a protocol to ensure there's consistency in the data that you collect and how you collect it.
That's a good question.
I'm not aware of that.
We would need to take that on notice. I mean, we have information about the data that we have collected, but we would need to take that on notice.
Yep, thanks very much. Okay, then one more. In your submission, you make the point on a number of occasions that you think the DRFA should be expanded to include environmental recovery expenditures. And I just wondered whether you could provide us a bit more detail about that.
Thank you. You look at Tasmania, 51% of our about 51% of our state is natural and cultural heritage area, and so we have. If there is a massive bushfire through one of those, we take a responsibility to replant and replenish that. And at the moment, the DRFAs don't acknowledge and enable us to actually look into that. And so we do think there is value in, protecting and funding recovery of environmental and cultural heritage experiences, facts, not just about, buildings and roads and infrastructure.
Thanks, Chair. No more from me.
The world here. Oh, sorry.
No, please continue.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that. That some of our natural assets are world heritage, and it is really important that we protect them. And in the earlier bushfires, we went to great lengths to make sure that some of our stands of really important trees, for example, weren't damaged. We had a circuit of sprinklers around them that were operating so to protect them through that. So it really is an important part of the Tasmanian heritage aspect that we want to try to protect our natural values and so on. So it is really important to us. And Commissioner, if I may, we can go back. I was wrong on both counts in relation to who our member on that group was. It was the Department of Health, actually, that has representation on the Human and Social Community Recovery Group, the National Social Recovery Reference Group. And so we do have two representatives on that group from the Department of Health. And I should have remembered this, of course, because health has responsibility for the social domain of our recovery.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm interested in the process, but I don't think you're the right two people to ask that, so I won't put you in that position.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much, and thank you for getting back to me with the phone a friend. That's good. Miss Dovey.
They're all the questions that we had for Ms Gale and Mr Limkin. If there's nothing further, can they please be released from their summonses?
You can be released from your summons. Thank you for the energy that you've put into this today, and we've got a lot out. You've got a beautiful state, and we appreciate you giving us the passion of how you support recovery in that state. So thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, next we're going to hear from community witnesses, Kevin and Melusa Giles, who we heard about this morning. They're flower growers from Sarsfield, Victoria. They lost their home, their flower bushes and their livelihood in the fires shortly after Christmas. Mr Giles stayed and he tried to defend the property. He was injured. He's fully recovered, thankfully. They're living on their property in a caravan and in a shed. And their evidence was taken by video on their property in Sarsfield, Victoria on the 11th of June by me. The evidence has been edited and it includes several photos that the Gileses refer to in their evidence. The original footage of the evidence, along with the separate documents referred to by them, are also available. What we've tendered is the edited versions. The video runs for 38 minutes, and I would suggest we play that video now and then adjourn when after the video finishes.
Okay, so we'll play it and then we will adjourn after the video until 14:15.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. I'll just speak so people know we're still here. Okay.
Thank you for talking with us today. Could I get you each, please, to introduce yourselves and tell us your occupation?
I'm Melissa Giles, and I'm a flower grower.
I'm Kevin Giles, and I'm also a flower grower, primary producer.
First up, can you tell me how you came to live in Sarsfield?
We came to live in Sarsfield in 1993 when we purchased another business in East Gippsland in Bruthen. And Kevin and I have done lots of businesses around East Gippsland, around Bairnsdale and Bruthen. And then we decided that we wanted to work for ourselves, but in a different format, not have a shop in town or a business where we had to pay rent. So Kevin decided he wanted to grow flowers. So that was our journey into becoming flower growers.
And tell me about the flower farm you had here prior to the recent bushfire season.
Our flower farm was pretty magnificent. Kevin and I have worked it 15 years. It's been a real journey. We both started and we were both working full time, had our girls and their friends help us plant some of the plants in the paddock, and then just kept going from there. We made it bigger and bigger, and
We would have 14,500 protea bushes and leucadendrons and banksia.
I'm just going to show you a couple of photos that you've provided to us of your. Can you just have a look at these and just describe what we're looking at there? These are of your farm before it was
Yes.
Yep, so this is Leucadendrum Safari Sunset. They look like we've just been pruning those.
Yeah.
And the spring golds there.
Yeah,
actually.
well, the red ones are they're ready to be harvested there.
Yeah. And then this is a beautiful rainbow over our property with all our lovely leucadendrons there. And these are leucospermums. So different times of the year we would cultivate different flowers. In, say, from August through to December, we grew a flower called leucospermum, which a lot of you might know as a pincushion. They're absolutely magnificent. And then in, say, from March through till June, we would grow proteas. Our business was very seasonal as to what flowers were available at certain times of the year. And when we were harvesting and when we'd have a big flush, we would work up to 14 hours a day. We would just, Kevin would walk about 16K a day picking. I would work the shed. And, we had a really, really good thing going.
Can you tell me about facilities that were on your property? The flowers used to be down here. There's just a couple of them still alive. Can you tell us about the facilities that you used for the flower farm on the property?
So facilities were, we'd started off with just working out of a shed, out of our garage, which eventually we managed to buy a very small cool room. And then just prior to the fires, we had put this fantastic, massive cool room that we've always been wanting.
5 by 6 metre cool room.
And 3 weeks prior to the fires, we had it completed. And I didn't even get to insure it, and yeah, it's gone in the fires. But we actually have had 4 employees here on the farm, 2 pickers and 2 florists. We had, vehicles that would drive into the paddock, pick and bring them into the shed, and we'd all work the shed together. And yeah, we were really busy. We sent product to Melbourne. We sent product locally.
And the employees are people in your local community?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. They were all mums. We very much worked in with our women as far as school hours, and yeah, we had a really great thing going with our employees.
Yeah. Turning to the fire season, obviously I think we were all aware it was a bad fire season coming. Can you talk a little bit about any preparations that you made or your awareness about the potential for bushfires?
Yeah, we'd obviously tidied up around the house, cleared trees and bushes away from the buildings, and cleaned up whippersnip mode and all that sort of thing. But didn't have a sprinkler system on the house. But
And before leaving, because as I understand it, Lucy, you were away when the fires actually came over, and you made some preparations within the house.
Yes, so every summer there's always threats of bushfires here in East Gippsland. Sometimes they're closer, sometimes they're further away. We've learnt over the years to try and be as prepared as we can. I always had very, personal items packed, especially our business papers, our family photos. So I always have them packed, but on other years I have actually taken like our pictures and things off the walls. And this year I just had this sense of a feeling that this year was going to be bad. So prior to leaving the property on the Saturday before Christmas, I packed a carload of suitcases that I'd packed family photos and the business papers, and I took them into a friend in Bairnsdale in town. And Kevin stayed on.
Kevin, would you be willing to tell us what it was like? You stayed while the fire front came over?
Oh yes, it was pretty intense. There was spot fires starting, or first the fire across the highway down towards Mossy Face, and that was all burning over there, down through the 11 mile. And then another second front came through, and there was spot fires starting everywhere. There was helicopters flying around, so to evacuate. The water bomber helicopter came in and dumped 3 loads on a outbreak in the shelter belt, and that sort of put it out. Then the fire brigade came and had another go at it, but as soon as they drove away, they just flared up again, and there was spot fires everywhere by that stage.
When you refer to the shelter belt, can you describe what you mean by that?
It's a shelter, a patch of bush that's probably 10 metres wide by 1 kilometre long on our property. It's just full of native vegetation and trees, and
that
kangaroos
divides
and
our
wombats
property to the neighbour's property.
Yeah. So then the fire front come through just after dark. No helicopters flying then, obviously, so they can't fly in the dark. And flames were 10 metres, flames and embers 10 metres high, coming from the northwest across the highway. And I was just trying to put the fire out with a hose and fire trailer, which went out quite easily around the house on the lawn. There was like a English box garden in the front, which took a bit more effort to get that out. We got that out, and then I come round to the back of the house and that was all out round there, and got up into an eave in the back of the house, and run out of water and run out of power. I jackknifed my trailer in the smoke because it was that thick you couldn't see a thing. Smashed the fitting out of there, so I had no water left. So I was out of action. So then I went in, rang Melissa on the phone, said, "What would you want me to grab out of the house?" Because it only just caught fire. So I was in the house just trying to grab a few bits and pieces that we might try and save.
And you got a bit burnt?
Yes, my shirt was on fire, so I got a got a burn on my arm. Luckily, it wasn't 3rd degree, so I didn't have to have a skin graft or anything. It was just a trip to the Alfred Hospital, and the burns nurse there. They're prodding around in there with a scalpel and whatnot. They said that should grow back, and they were right. So, so that.
But you've recovered from that? So
recovered from that, yep. Yeah. So, and then obviously the fire front went through, and there was all the trees were on fire. The big East Gippsland grey gums were on fire. Splims crashing out of those, and embers everywhere. And then there's gas cylinders, who knows, fridges exploding all over the district, everywhere. It was like a war zone. It was just unbelievable. Yeah. So, yeah.
Thank you. Can you tell us what the damage was on your property? You lost the house completely. Yep. That was over behind us.
Yeah, lost the house.
It's gone completely.
Yeah, gone completely, yep. But the fire brigade did turn up. But they turned up and said, well, it was half burnt at that stage, and they said, we haven't got enough water to put that out. So I said, would you like a cool drink? And they went on their way. I stayed here with the pets. I had them in the car. So, we lost the house, the hay shed, 2 tractors, and a machinery shed. I had a boat in there. The trailer was still there, and the aluminium boat and the motor, you couldn't even see where it was. It just run out the back of the shed.
I'm just going to pass you a couple of photos of your pool room.
Oh, yeah, we lost.
I'm just talking through these.
Righto, yes, we lost our big new 6 by 5 metre cool room.
And there's a photo there of what it looked like before you left Christmas.
Yeah, it is spectacular.
$38,000 cool room to store all our flowers in. Up in smoke, and that was burning out before the house even caught on fire. It was just, Melissa said, go and get some water out of the cool room. We went through the door, and it was already burnt and gone before the house even caught on fire. So,
okay, so
we lost a little Terios as well, like a car. The cars they survived. We had them parked out on dirt and whatnot. But caravan we lost as well. We lost about 13,500 producing proteas and leucodendrons and banksia plants.
Lost all our fencing.
All the fencing. Lost some 5 sheep. The cows all got away okay, but a few scorched sheep we had to destroy. So,
I'm just going to pass to you a couple of photos that you provided earlier. This is the first one. If you could just describe, is some of the plants that are coming out.
That's my producing protea bushes. What's left of them. So obviously there's one protea bush survived out of the whole lot, and that's it. So, yep.
And then I think the second one is that's where they were.
Oh, that's where they were. That's the clean up in progress. Pick up all the sticks and rip all the stumps out of the ground that are left, and the plants that are left to burn. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think people understand the enormity of how much destruction is left behind. The workload, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Just even like when the company came and had cleaned up the house, like just the amount of dirt and just everything that they took away, how much you have to spend to put your infrastructure back. Yeah. I mean, it sounds stupid, but it's dirt. It costs you thousands.
Crushed rock, yes.
Thousands of dollars to bring dirt back onto your house side, or your crushed rock, or your gravel, all that. Everything you do costs you money, and it's all stuff you already had. I just find that I don't think people realise. You can see it all around you. Until you've actually been through it, you don't realise.
You don't realise there's value in the dirt that holds your house up.
Exactly.
Yeah, in so much. Yeah. And everything you've done over the years is just totally ruined. Yeah, and I know it just sounds trivial, but it's not. It's just to us, it's a lot. Like Kev put a lot of work into this property, I mean, so have everybody else that's that's lost things. Yeah, it's really.
So that piece of timber that you had that you go and you used to do a job, it's not there anymore. That's all burned, gone up in smoke.
And everything's so difficult. You go and do something and you go, oh, we don't have that anymore. Oh, we don't have that anymore either. You know, every day, don't we? We just think of things that we no longer have. Yeah, you know.
In the period immediately after the fires, when you first came back, that first period, can you just describe a little bit the support that was provided and what it was like trying to access that sort of support?
Yeah, so at the start, I obviously stayed in Kyneton. I didn't even come back. I just couldn't bring myself. My daughter came back and helped Kevin with her husband to get the animals off the property.
Because the stockyards were half burnt down, so then you've got to try and patch up stockyards to get cows and calves in there to take them away to somewhere that's got fences.
And we actually stayed in Kyneton, and we found that we had to come back here. You have to be in that community so you know what's going on, so you can, go to the relief centre, because you really need to be at the relief centre.
You went to Centrelink over there, didn't you?
Yeah, I went to Centrelink in Sunbury and I was basically just fobbed off. They had no idea. They basically were just so rude.
Weren't even helpful.
Yeah. So we came back to East Gippsland and, went straight to the relief centre. That was, they were just fantastic. Yep, come in this room, fill out this paperwork, and it got things rolling. Your Red Cross, your Salvation Army, all those. And then about 2 weeks after that, we went to see the Services Australia. They brought a special van into the town, and people that had lost, whose jobs were affected or had lost their businesses were to go there, and you registered with Services Australia.
And they were a specialist team to deal with bushfire victims, and they were really good.
Yeah,
were
they were amazing.
In Bairnsdale and the main.
Yeah, so we didn't go to the normal regional office in Bairnsdale. They brought a specialist team in a truck.
And was that helpful?
That was amazing.
Terrific. Yeah, really good.
They were great. Yeah. But then after that, that all went skewiff. So after that, they said that they would ring me, someone would ring me, and we would start the process of getting onto the 13-week grant that was offered for anyone that was affected or lost their job. Well, that may be the case if you're a 9-to-5 worker and you have and you're just earning an income, but it's not the case for business people. We had to jump hoops like you wouldn't believe. I actually had 2 people from Services Australia ring me at the same time asking me for 2 different things. The right hand did not know what the left hand was doing. And that night, as I drove back from Bairnsdale to here, I thought, I can't cope with this. I can't do this. This is getting so stupid. All these things they're asking me, I'm saying to them, you cannot take a business like this, which is a seasonal business. You have your highs, you have your lows. You need to I have to work out my finances for the year to make sure that I can carry through my employees for the year. I can't just pluck a figure out of, thin air. So we had to go and see the accountant time after time. One person was asking for this, another person was asking for that. So anyway, in the end, I rang Darren Chester's office because I just said, I can't do this. I cannot keep dealing with these people that don't understand what I'm saying. As it turned out, the lady said in the next day, they would have a meeting and she would get back to me. Well, that morning, someone else rang from Services Australia and he was amazing. He just said, he sat with me and he talked to me and we worked it all out and he got us over the line. So that definitely needs to be improved in the future, because that is something that you actually cannot cope with that with everything else that's going on around you.
Yeah. And that's the 13-week.
That was the 13.
It's the hardest money we've ever earned to get that.
Which was supposed to be a very simple thing. It just was not simple at all. Honestly, we're tough. And it did our head in. Like, in the end...
They wanted 2018-19 tax figures, and then they wanted the update for 1920, and then they wanted, the 8-week projected income.
Yeah.
And then they wanted...
I just said to him, I can't project my income.
And then the previous 8 weeks before the fire.
Yeah.
The goals just kept changing all the time.
Yeah, it was really that, I must say, if anything's to improve for business people, that it just can't be worked like that. It was, and in the end, I'm not saying to the gentleman, look, mate, there's nothing I would want more than to be down my paddock, picking my flowers and sending them to market and earning my own money, being independent like we always have, than to be on the phone begging for $250 a week.
Mm-hmm.
You can
see why people put their hands up and say, I don't want to do this.
Farmers, old farmers, they wouldn't do that.
No way.
We're younger people. We can use computers and things. Just imagine people in their 70s, old farmers that just they wouldn't do it.
Yeah, they just throw up in the fire.
Yeah.
How long did it take ultimately to get approved?
7 weeks.
You said earlier it was important to be in the community to access the services. It was really difficult to access them from other places, but your house was gone. What did you do in terms of coming back to the property?
So Kevin and I were fortunate that we were able to buy a caravan, and we met up with our the insurance assessor, and we didn't even know, but apparently on our policy we had a 52-week. They would pay our rental for 52 weeks. So they were quite happy to give us a lump sum and put it towards our caravan. So Kevin and I bought a caravan. We always intended to buy a caravan. We're very independent. We didn't want to not live on the property. We wanted to come back here. And so we got the caravan and we came back here, there's work to be done. Every day there's work. You can't be renting a house in Bairnsdale and driving out here every day. We're fortunate one of our sheds survived. If we didn't have that shed, it would have been 1,000 times harder. At least we were able to go in there, get out of the sun, because you've got to remember it was still summertime. We still had warmth.
All the rubble was still here, all the house remnants of the house and the tin and everything's there blowing around, creaking in the wind and smelling of burnt plastic. And
there was not a shade, no shade in sight.
No shade at all,
And so, that's how we came back to the property and able to buy a caravan. But look, there will be a lot of people that would not have been able to afford to do that.
Yeah. So you said the insurance money went towards that, but it didn't cover the cost of the caravan?
No. We put up some of our own money. Yeah.
You mentioned insurance. Can you talk a bit about what the experience of getting the insurance was like?
Our experience was amazing. We had a fantastic company we were with, a local company, and can't tell you enough how grateful we were. There was never an issue at all.
And you showed us earlier your plans for the new house, and so that's well in train, but currently sitting with council waiting for approval. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Still waiting for council approval on that one.
When can you start once you get approval? How long will it take?
Well,
about 2 weeks later when the builder gets the building permit through. So hopefully it starts very soon, so we can be in there before Christmas.
Yeah.
All the kids will come down for Christmas in the new house. So.
Very good. You spoke about the Centrelink payments. Have you received other government support?
Yes. Yep. So after, that truck came to town, they had specialist people for business.
Australia?
Yes.
Yep.
They had people there, specialist people in that truck to deal with businesses and farm, like
drought affected farmers and whatnot.
Yeah.
We had been in drought here for 4 years before the fires come through and wiped us out. So
they put us on to Rural Finance Victoria, and they took us through all the grants that were available for primary producers and small business. And from there, we just, there was, lots of paperwork, obviously. They don't fill out your paperwork for you. They just guide you. You have to come back and do it all yourself. And so that's how we started out. We started with trying to get our $75,000 primary producer. And I must say that was one of the easiest grants that we had received.
So you've been successful in obtaining
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
And we always said that if we got that grant, that was going to be our decision on whether we stay here or we go. Because if we didn't, without that money, I don't think we could afford to keep going, replanting and...
Yeah, it was supposed to cover things that weren't covered in insurance, like we lost our big shed, which wasn't insured.
And this is a new big shed that
It's
we
the
can see in shot
replacement
just
shed,
behind you.
Yeah.
We're part of the 75,000 grant and a new tractor. Yeah,
And
as
some
well.
fencing.
And some
So
fencing.
between the insurance and the money that you've received to date, what have you been able to cover and what are you now left not uncovered for?
So obviously we're having to access some of our money to live on because we're only getting our $250 a week. We've managed to get onto what they call the farm household allowance for primary producers so that we can stay on the property and try and rebuild. But of course, $250 a week's not really enough when you've still got business expenses. We've got vehicles, we've got things to pay here.
Insurances.
Yeah. So we're I lost my train of thought now.
So
Sorry.
it's about maybe if you could describe what you have managed to replace. You've got the house is coming, that's covered by
Yes.
insurance.
Yeah, we've had Blaze Aid. I've bought fencing materials, and Blaze Aid have been a great help. They've been in, stood the fences up and done a lot of work. Yeah, they've been really good.
Yeah.
And we've got the nice big shed back there.
Yes.
But
Yep.
where we're sitting at the moment is where the cool room used to be.
Yep. So we also were very luckily successful in getting the Victorian Small Business Grant. So that comes in two $25,000 increments. We were able to get our first $25,000, which we applied to replace our cool room because that wasn't insured. So we have that money aside. Now that this big shed's built, we will now put the cool room in there ready to start. And, it was really important to get that big shed because we actually can now start doing a workshop. We have ordered plants to replant and they will need to be repotted once they come. And, so
we still have internal fencing to do. The sheep are still away on an adjustment and the cows are still away on an adjustment at the moment. So it's just
We have got a grant for some of the irrigation to replace that. Most things, we've been lucky. We really have been lucky in our grants because that is helping us to pay for things along the way.
Yeah.
Red Cross is still giving out grants. They are saying that there will still be more, but potentially down the track. I think we're on stage 3 was the last grant we've got. The Salvos are now also giving another grant, which hopefully in the next couple of weeks someone will ring and assess us again for that. So all those little things help because as soon as a $10,000 grant comes in, there's always something to pay. Like I said about the dirt. We've paid probably $7,000 in buying dirt, gravel, sand, all that sort of stuff. So as fast as those grants come in, they're going up because obviously we're not earning any income. So for us to go and get a off the farm job means it's going to take us off the farm to do what we need to do for the replant. So we're in a catch-22. We would like to potentially go and get work to make some money, but we can't because we need to be here if we're serious about replanting.
We're very close to a little bunch of little plants over here.
Yep.
Which I understand will be ultimately going down the field a bit from us.
Yes.
Can you talk a bit about what's involved with the replant, how long it'll take before your farm's up and running again, productive again?
Yeah, so we've obviously been picking up sticks and trying to level out level out the ground where the bulldozers ripped everything up. And we've got to get the discs in to disc all the paddock up. Then try and level it out. Plant the plants, put the irrigation lines in, punch the drippers in, the 200 metre rows, and then hopefully the weather's kind to us and we don't have another 48-degree day, because every single one of those plants will be dead if we don't have some sort of shade infrastructure over the top of it. So it's going to be risky to replant and try and get the business up and going because of the changing climate. So.
And really, what we're talking about is the plants that can go in this year will be these little Banksias. Other than that, nothing else can go in because we've had to order our plants. Now it takes time for them to be propagated. The first lot will come in October, the next lot will come in April, but they will only come as little seedlings and they will need to be then planted on. So we're not talking about potentially putting the majority of our plants in until next year and down late next year.
And later than that, because some Banksias have got to be grown from seed yet and they won't be able to be planted for 18 months or more.
And it's then, 5 years until they can be picked?
Yes.
3 to 5 years. You might get a couple of blooms after 3 years, but then 5 years it starts to get into production.
All of that work, do you have funding to cover the cost of working the field, buying the seedlings?
No insurance. You can't, uninsurable crop like that. Yeah. So
that will have to come out of some of the grants and...
So on $250 a week, you can't afford that, I assume. So that's dependent on getting further grants.
Small business grants, for irrigation.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, we still need to somehow get us through the next 5 years till we start being able to actually pick.
So it's going to be off-farm work eventually after 12 or 18 months. Yep. To try and keep our heads above water.
And obviously, Kevin, we started that 15 years ago. We're a lot younger. Now this year, Kev's going to be 60, I'm going to be 58. It's a big task to go down there. We can't work like we used to.
We were all set up and everything was ticking away nicely until we got wiped out. So.
So you do have to question yourself, and we have questioned ourselves so much. Will we do this again? But we want to. It's a lifestyle we love, and we love our property, and we loved growing flowers. So we will give it a go, but it will be a challenge because just depends how the climate's going to be.
We've spoken a lot about your farm. What do you know about how other people in the community are going? Are they getting the support that they need?
Well, I think some people aren't. I know of a couple of people that are still struggling with their insurance companies, and potentially they're people that have been out working and they found it quite difficult to access things that were like grants and things that were happening because they were at work. They weren't able to take the time off. The grants and everything that you have to put in for takes a long time. It's a lot of work. And to work full time and try and apply for these grants, I could imagine it would be very hard. And I know that some people haven't been able to, or they've come in too late when things have shut down, or they haven't known about things and because they've had to be at work.
There's a few things like bushfire cleanup. There's properties that people are not going to rebuild on. They're just not interested, not coming back. None of that's been prioritised for the people that want to rebuild. So the people that want to rebuild are still waiting to have their sites cleared up.
While other sites have been cleared already.
They've been cleared and people are just putting them on the market and selling them. So while other people are waiting, which could be obviously coordinated a bit better. Could be have a tick box on there saying, are you going to rebuild or are you likely to be rebuilt? Yeah.
With the grants that are available, I'm conscious talking to people that some people have income coming from a variety of sources, and you guys, as I understand, your income was just from the farm.
Yeah.
Is that a factor, do you know, in terms of other people getting access to grants and funding?
Well, obviously, one of the other flower growers, her and I liaison quite a lot to make sure we're up with what grants are available. So she happens to know of one that I don't. But you've got to appreciate that this was such an overwhelming experience for East Gippsland. This has never happened here in this scale. Every service was overwhelmed from, the people that were there to help us. They'd never seen anything on such a scale. There was not enough caseworkers. They had to employ, hundreds of caseworkers to look after everyone. That all took time. Everything took time because it was such a big, overwhelming catastrophe. So for the start of things, sometimes we knew a bit more than what was happening because we were onto it. We were speaking to our accountants. We were speaking to our, the rural finance people, whereas the normal person that's just a worker they just would not have had that support.
All the time.
That's why I feel that we're just that little bit luckier that we were able to, because we had people from, our accountants sending us emails, this grant's coming out, that grant's coming out, whereas I wonder if other people that are just workers would have had that.
So without that accounting support, would it have been much, would it?
Definitely.
Near impossible, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Especially the farmhouse grant. Supposed to be complete in half an hour. We had two-hour sessions with our accountant and still wasn't finished.
And the accountants just had to do a whole heap of stuff for it now, but no.
With all of those difficulties, what about the mental health aspects for the community? Do you feel like the community's getting the help they need, accessing the help that they need?
I hope so. I'm having counselling because I just, couldn't cope with everything. So, look, there'll always be those people that won't accept counselling, but I'm hoping that, people are taking up the offers because the offer is there. It definitely is there. It's just whether you're that sort of person to take that on board. And it makes a huge difference because they really do ground you and let you see things in perspective. And like, for instance, with my counsellor, and she's seen me, how angry I was at the start and how much we've moved on. And I try to be very respectful of not saying to people, oh, we've got this and we've got that, because other people might not be in that fortunate situation. Because if you were a primary producer and you didn't live on your property, you didn't get anything. It had to be your primary residence to access a lot of these grants. So you kind of don't like to really, throw mud in people's faces and say, well, we're lucky we got this and we got that. But we're lucky, but bloody hell, we're not lucky either, I wish we weren't having to have this conversation. Really do.
Do you want to take a break?
No, I'm
Sure.
okay. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I can't help it.
Good.
Yeah, it just makes me sad, for everything that you've lost. Yeah.
Melissa, do you have anything else that you wanted to add that you'd like people to know?
Oh, I just really want people to know how hard it is and that it does, totally turn your life upside down. And it's hard enough if you're just a worker, but when it's actually taken your livelihood as well. And we're not a cafe or a restaurant where we can just go and build a new venue and we can start rebuilding the business. We're not like that. This is a 5 to 7 year thing because what we plant this year is only a fraction of what's going to replace. We're talking about 7 years, I reckon, before we're back to earning an income off this land. So
I'd probably like to thank the community groups like the Rotary that's helped us out, and a number of church groups, Red Gum Church Group and Billy Graham Church Group come from America to help us clean up around the place. And was there any other? There's lots of people come to help. It was terrific. Friends who come up to help us, and Glenferrie Rotary Club come up from Melbourne, and they really helped us out a great deal, which good.
Thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
No worries, thanks.
The hearing is now adjourned and will resume at 2:15. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Good afternoon, Chair. I think we're running on time. I call Ms Margot Forster, the State Lead Disaster Rebuilding and Recovery of the Department of the Premier and Cabinet of South Australia, and Ms Georgie Cornish, Director of State Recovery, Department of the Premier and Cabinet.
Ms Forster, Ms Cornish, welcome. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Forster will take an oath.
Ms Forster, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Ms Cornish will affirm.
Ms Cornish, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms Forster, if I begin with you, could I just get you to explain to the Commissioners, and I'll come to you, Ms Cornish, just so they have an understanding of your role within the South Australian State Recovery arrangements?
Thank you. So as you introduced me, I am the State Lead for Disaster Rebuilding and Resilience, as well as the State Recovery Coordinator, Bushfires, for South Australia. I was appointed to the State Lead Rebuild and Resilience on the 16th of January this year in response to the size and scale and complexity of the disaster that the state faced. And 2 months later, I was also then absorbed the role of State Recovery Coordinator for the bushfires.
What was your role before you were appointed in January? What was your role when you were appointed in January?
I was between jobs. My last paid employment was as the Chief Executive Officer of the Defence Teaming Centre, and then I had 3 months organising the Air Force's air show here at Edinburgh.
So quite a bit of logistics experience.
Yes.
And Ms Cornish, could you give some explanation to the assistance to the Commissioners in relation to your role in relation to the South Australian State Recovery arrangements?
Yeah, of course. So as the State Director for State Recovery, our function is responsible for primarily 3 things. First and foremost, supporting State Recovery Coordinator in recovery operations, regardless of the event and whatever that might be, whether it be bushfire or events. Secondly, it's about building capability with councils and communities so that we can understand recovery operations and we can support communities and councils to prepare for recovery in that process. And then finally, for us, it's about working with other jurisdictions and, of course, working with Commonwealth to build better policy for recovery.
All right. Now, what I would like to do is to first of all get you to sketch. The Commissioners have had some details already in terms of in particular, the most recent bushfires in South Australia. But to assist them, I'll have PIS 424 011 0029, which is the map of major fires in South Australia from the recent fire season. And if we can have that just zoomed in so it has a little bit more clarity on the broadcast screen. And in due course, Ms Cornish and Ms Forster, I'm going to take the Commissioners to the Cuddly Creek and Kangaroo Island maps just to get some further detail. But if you could just sketch to the Commissioners so they have an understanding of the scale and resources that were impacted. Sorry, the scale of the impact and what the recovery effort has had to be as a consequence.
If I may, I'll defer to Georgie Cornish to start this explanation.
Please.
Yeah, of course. So the Commission would have heard from the councils in terms of, I guess, some of the specific implications for the council areas. Many of you would be familiar with Kangaroo Island as a tourist destination, significant environmental destination and tourism destination as well. But also being an island, and the thing that makes it attractive for many of us to visit is also a bit of a logistics challenge when it comes to recovery for the community, and of course getting things that might be required to support the community in recovery to them. So that has caused some challenge, obviously, not surprisingly, and that's really just, I guess, by way of, I appreciate it's sometimes difficult looking at a map there. South Australia is a state of small towns with significant distances between them. We are no strangers to remoteness, and I know we're not the only state that deals with those things. But obviously, as soon as you create an island sort of scenario, it does make it very difficult for that logistics in terms of the recovery piece there. Cuddly Creek, those at the Commission might be familiar with Cuddly Creek, more so as the Adelaide Hills region. It's often an area by which people commute from to work in town. It's very close to Adelaideans' heart in that regard. Many of the communities around the Cuddly Creek fire scar will have had experiences with fire in previous events, Samson Flat being one of those from 2015. For South Australia, we have been fortunate that we haven't had a great deal of significant fires over the years, and that's not to say that fires that occur aren't significant to individuals, but is in terms of building our governance to support events that we're familiar with. This summer has been beyond our normal expectation.
And there are a number of just smaller fires, although obviously not for those who are directly impacted. And there's been some detail provided about those in relation in your responses. I want to, while we're in this document, just briefly take the Commissioners to seeing the burn scar for Cuddly Creek and Kangaroo Island fires. If we can go, I think they're going to be in the same document, so it'll be 0030, that's it, and 0031. Where there is shown on this as the latest fire scars. You can get a little bit of insights from this in that you can see the quite forested area to the west of Kangaroo Island compared to the sort of grey areas which are farmland on these maps. What I wanted to take you to is in the context of the impacts having been on primarily agricultural land and very small settlements, is to get some sense for the Commissioners of the clean-up, the debris and the clean-up and the exercise that's been involved and the logistical challenges that have been involved in that. And I think the best way to do that is to go to your bushfire clean-up progress and schedule, which is SSA 4680170001. And that's at tab 11. Now, this is quite a recent document that we're going to go to, which is 29 June 2020, and this page, which is the Adelaide Hills clean-up schedule, a little hard to see, but there's only about 7 or so red dots, which are the ones which are scheduled for still to be awaiting clean-up, but otherwise all the other ones have been completed. Can see it's really quite dispersed, and if we can then show at the same time alongside the next page, which is 0002, which has the Kangaroo Island clean-up schedule, and I'll have you leave it just as they are because there's some information on the page which I want the Commissioners to be able to see. We can see in this that the Adelaide Hills Waste Management clean-up has involved a commitment in the order of $3.64 million, and the Kangaroo Island clean-up has involved a commitment for waste management in the order of $9.7 million. And I think in your response you've indicated that the total funds expended or committed was $14.7 million, which is being jointly funded by the Commonwealth and the State of South Australia on a 50-50 basis. It's a very long introduction to lead to a series of questions. The first is to get a sense of the logistics involved in managing debris across such a significant area, and to what extent you've said already in your introductory remarks, Ms. Cornish, that there are particular challenges in relation to an impacted area being an island. And if I might just pause there and invite you to respond. I'm not sure which one wants to go first in those circumstances.
So I'll kick off, and if I might just clarify the question that you're asking me.
Fair enough.
In the context, in the context of Kangaroo Island, there were a number of challenges for the cleanup, and primarily the challenges were in relation to ensuring we took all necessary steps to protect the environment and the people from hazardous waste, specifically asbestos. And the majority of the properties that were damaged on Kangaroo Island were built in the 50s. And there was a very, very high probability that the majority of those structures contained asbestos. So we took the low tolerance of risk approach and ensured that we treated every property as if it was contaminated with asbestos. When we undertook the design of how we would go about cleaning this up, we needed to take into account that, again, this is an island. And if you've never been to Kangaroo Island, the only way, unless you fly in or you sail your own boat down there, the only way you can get there is by driving for about an hour and a half. A lot of that time is on a single lane road, quite windy, very narrow, to a ferry terminal, and then you catch a ferry across. That does obviously takes cars and trucks, and that ferry service runs essentially every hour and a half. So logistics is very challenging, and it's costs a great deal of money to access that service. And so the idea of taking the waste off of the island was basically logistically very challenging. So this recovery was led by Green Industries Australia, and the approach that they took was to use the cleanup also as an opportunity to invest in recovery, economic recovery of the community. And so the approach they took, both in Kangaroo Island and in the Cuddly Creek area, was to manage the cleanup in-house, because we did have the luxury of it being a vastly smaller undertaking than the eastern states. And so we chose to deal with it internally, to manage it internally using our specialists. And they also were supported by the Environmental Protection Agency, by WorkSafe, Fleuri Regional Waste Authority, and other specialists, and contracted out small packages of work to local contractors to enable them to have an income. And it also afforded the opportunity to have those contractors trained in dealing with people who have undergone recent trauma, so that they were empowered and confident in how they would actually deal with these people who had lost everything. schedule small packages of work that were able to then be, we were able to make sure that the contractors were working effectively. They could be scheduled to suit the timetables of the people whose houses we were clearing up. When it came time we tested the ground before the clean-up and again tested the ground after the clean-up to make sure there was no residual waste, dangerous hazardous waste. That was both on Kangaroo Island and in the hills. Now, as I said, Kangaroo Island was mostly around asbestos being the problem and a little bit of CCA from the permapine posts of the wineries affected. And in the Adelaide Hills, it was very much the permapine and the polytube that the vineyards used for irrigation. All of that material needed to be cleaned up, and we needed to test the ground to ensure it was safe for replanting. And Giza, as you said in the introduction, they have just about finished the job, but they were able to also invest effort and time in separating out materials that could be recycled. And they've collected 3,000 tonnes of scrap metal, 5,000 tonnes of recyclable construction material. And when we cycle back to Kangaroo Island again, there's over 3,000 tonnes of fencing steel wire that will be recycled.
So I'll come to you, Ms. Cornish, just so we can see the difference between there's not that many more clean-up sites, it seems, in the Adelaide Hills to the Kangaroo Island, but it's 3 times the cost to clean up Kangaroo Island than to clean up the Adelaide Hills over a relatively similar spatial area. And so I think you've picked up some of the reasons why I understand that is, Ms. Forster. My understanding is that in addition to the cost that's been involved in the clean-up that you've identified, which is the debris, the Kangaroo Island in particular also had the advantage, or not advantage, but also had deployed to it members of the Australian Defence Force, perhaps at an earlier stage of the relief and recovery effort. Were they involved in the clean-up of any of this debris, or were they otherwise tasked?
I'm going to defer to Georgie there.
Yeah, that's fine. So from our point of view, as Margot noted, many of the residents on Kangaroo Island were known to have asbestos. So obviously ADF were unable to assist with that, nor would we wish them to. That's a specialist job. Where it comes to ADF did provide assistance was really around some of the fencing. So the rolling of wire, moving of where they weren't CCA posts, and I'm sure you've heard a little bit about some of the challenges around CCA posts, which is of course toxic. So the rolling of wire and the collection of that was a big part of ADF deployment work and was most gratefully received. What I would point out, those items that you have up on the screen there that you can see, just to provide some additional commentary and clarity around the colours of the dots. It's worth noting that all residents have been cleared. So where the dots have not changed is where those private properties might still have fencing material, sheeting material. So until Giza have a quite clear statement where until the property is entirely clear, they will not change the colour of that dot, and they've been very upfront with that because I guess they just don't want to miss anything, which obviously makes perfect sense to me. What that does mean is that indeed anyone's home that was damaged according to those dots, where you can see a green dot or indeed a red dot, has been cleared.
I see. All right. We were speaking about the Defence and Australian Defence Force assistance, and since we're on that topic, I might move to that, where that's addressed in the submission of the department. The relevant Department of Premier and Cabinet submission is PCS 311 0001 0023, and I'm going to the responses to question 9, which concern the Defence and Australian Defence Force assistance. When that's brought up, that's PCS 311 001 0023. Do you have that? Yes. The ADF provided a large surge capacity to support recovery operations, initially in Kangaroo Island and then Cuddly Creek. You've already mentioned two of the pieces of work that they did to assist, which was to support the CCA timber post waste collection. That's the copper chrome arsenate timber post waste collection in the Adelaide Hills and Kangaroo Island in support of the Green Industries SA's program, and also to provide some cleanup assistance. There's a couple of, it's otherwise quite a positive statement in relation to the ADF, but one of the things in that 9.3.6 is identifying an example of support where the ADF was expediting clean-up processes on properties, but this was somewhat problematic as the assistant wasn't available consistently to all residents due to the changing parameters concerning tasks that the ADF could complete. I just want to drill down into that just a little bit, just to get an understanding of in order so that could be addressed for the future, what that was involved there as a concern or an issue.
Yes, so the example I would take around that is really what we saw in the first instance is many individuals, obviously, who've lost either their home or suffered damage around their home would seek assistance and would make that request for assistance through local recovery coordinators and through those processes. And ADF would, of course, be well placed to come and assist with those, whether that be tree felling or tree, once the tree has fallen, the chopping of trees. I'm sure there's a technical term for that, which I don't know, I'm afraid.
I can't help you.
But nonetheless, so there was those sorts of tasks that were undertaken by ADF for those residents who were able to get onto that quickly. Residents who then either had other things to deal with or who had been away and who came back and then sought to have that work done were then sort of, I suppose, required to look for other solutions because the deployment of ADF had concluded. So there was a sense across the community that not everyone had received the same equitable assistance, I suppose, in that regard.
I see. So that was more what you're speaking to in that paragraph is more to the outcome, which is that not all residents were able to be assisted in this way, but not a criticism of the ADF, for example, being selective in the tasks that they would be prepared to do for different residents.
No, absolutely your former statement.
All right, thank you. Now, there's also separately, and I'll just see if you're able to assist us, activation of the COMDIS plan by South Australia in order to access ADF assistance. Are you able to assist at all in terms of any insights as to how that was done and the kinds of considerations that were taken into account?
No, not really, other than to say that I know that this request isn't made specifically to ADF, this is made to the Commonwealth and is made from the South Australian agency that makes that request is South Australian Police. So we advise that we would require recovery assistance, and then that progresses through those means.
All right. Now, there's two other major areas I wanted to take you to. There's a lot of detailed material that's been provided by South Australia, and some of it's been summarised in the opening this morning. One of them is some of the observations that are made in relation to the disaster recovery funding arrangements and the financial assistance and arrangements between the Commonwealth and the state. We can go back to 0021 and question 5. So when that's brought up, this is back to page Same document should be 0021, operator. This is question 5. So in question 5, you asked to describe any opportunities that can be identified for improving efficiencies to the existing financial assistance arrangements between the Commonwealth and the state. It's identified there that there would be benefit in reassessing pre-identified measures, and one of the examples that is spoken of as in a positive sense is that there are small business grants under the DRFA that are focused upon clean-up, which is sort of captures the topic we've just dealt with, but not otherwise. And I'll just ask you to sort of speak to what are the kinds of things you're thinking ought to be captured by any changes to the arrangements.
I think in terms of the changes within those arrangements, part of the process is probably to South Australians' mind around making them more streamlined. So we have a sense of, I would suggest that we've all learnt an awful lot over this summer, and there are probably DRFA assistance packages that we've rolled out in various states across Australia that we've not rolled out in previous years. There is potentially consideration around how we might streamline those and actually have some more discussions, and I know that they are happening more broadly, more discussions about what they look like prior to an event rather than after an event.
All right. That has been something that has featured in a number of the responses. Conscious of the time. The other matter I needed to take you to was, if I can just find, just excuse me for one moment. Check it's in the same document. No, it's not. I need to take you to a different document. I want to talk a little bit more. So we've talked about funding assistance. I want to talk now, ask you some questions about resource sharing arrangements, which is detailed in the response of, if I can find it, just excuse me one moment. It's a different response from the Department of the Premier and Cabinet of July 2020, and that's SSA 468 056 0001. Now, if we can go to 0008 and 0009. You were just asked to describe here the recovery resource sharing arrangements between the State of South Australia and other states and or the Commonwealth, including an example of their use. And what is identified here is a number of occasions during which South Australia provided assistance to other states, in particular Queensland, in response to natural disasters in that state. In paragraph 4.4, the description is given in relation to the Cyclone Debbie and the Queensland Monsoonal Trough event. I have a couple of questions I wanted to raise with you in that. The first is, do either of you have personal knowledge of these circumstances? That is, I suspect Ms Forster may not, or perhaps maybe in a different way. No, she doesn't. Ms Cornish, are you able to speak to that?
To the specific deployments?
Yes.
No, I'm afraid not, no.
All right.
I wasn't on those deployments.
That's all right. And what about the arrangements for those deployments? That is, how were they initiated, the negotiations for the Memorandum of Understanding that sat behind or supported those deployments? Are you able to assist the Commissioners in any way in relation to those?
Yes, so from our point of view, the interjurisdictional arrangements were part of the Social Recovery Reference Group, and I believe that was discussed this morning in an earlier hearing session. So the Social Recovery Reference Group is a group of multi-jurisdictional group that sort of sits under CAUSE, the Community Outcomes Recovery subgroup of ANZEMSI. That group pulled together the interstate or interjurisdictional assistance MOU, and then it is up for each jurisdiction to determine whether they sign up to that.
Who from South Australia is the representative on the SRRG?
So the primary representative is SAHA, so South Australian Housing Authority.
The Housing Authority, all right. What
That's
about,
right. So,
how does that come about? We heard Health was on from Tasmania, Housing from South Australia.
So it's predominantly whomever's responsible for relief.
I see. All right. And so are you able to give any insights as to who was on it from, or presently on it from the other states and territories? We can go the long way with somebody else. We may as well ask you.
No, I wouldn't be confident in knowing their home agencies. Sorry.
That's all right. So as you were saying, that it's within the discretion of each member state or territory to sign up to the MOU. I take it South Australia went through that exercise.
Yes.
Who's the partner? Who's the other partner to the MOU in that arrangement?
So it is about signing up to a common understanding, which is as much as I really know, because I wasn't part of the deployments. I think for further detail, I'd recommend SAHA, who obviously are the signing party to it, would be best placed.
All right. And the paragraph 4.5 speaks to the SRRG interstate deployment coordinators communicating regularly while the MOU process was finalised prior to the first deployment. I think this is speaking to those two deployments. The interstate deployment coordinators, are they South Australian officers, or are they from the hosting jurisdiction or somewhere else?
They would be from both.
I see. All right. And 4.7, so 4.6 and 4.7, the reference is made there to there being briefings and provision of learning material beforehand, and the deployment of deployed staff identifying having had a higher level of understanding of the complexities recovering following such a large event. How have those staff been incorporated, and that learning or that information and understanding been incorporated into the South Australian state recovery efforts for the most recent 2020 bushfire season? Are you able to assist in relation to that?
Yeah, so in the South Australian environment, SAHA, and forgive me if I go with the acronym, is responsible for relief centres and recovery centres. So they facilitate those on behalf of the recovery function, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. That also includes the outreach capability that is undertaken. So often the deployments are with an outreach focus, and that skill set that has been brought back will be utilised through those means. So in terms of building knowledge and expertise and a capability, South Australia has a low risk profile, for which we're very grateful, as I mentioned earlier. In terms of ensuring that we have a capability for where people have the skills and experience, then being able to assist other states in their times of need is obviously a useful, both useful for them and useful for us in terms of building that capability. So those individuals who have been on that deployment will be utilised for outreach or for relief and recovery functions in South Australia.
All right. The other matter, which I think is in the other response, but I don't think I need to physically take you and the commissioners there, is the two matters. One I raised in the opening, which was that it is intended that the experience of recovery in the Cuddly Creek and Kangaroo Islands bushfires will be dealt with and evaluated in accordance to the National Monitoring and Evaluation framework. Is that work being deferred until the completion of the recovery process? And if not, is that work is underway? If you could give some indication as to how that work is progressing.
So if I might answer that question,
please.
As you've stated in the opening remarks, we in South Australia do follow the national guidelines for the lessons learnt, for want of a better term, for these types of incidents. And our process is covered under our state emergency management plan. We have not yet started the formal proceedings of running those, because we are really just coming out of the early recovery stage, but it is our intention to, within the next couple of weeks, commence the first round of engagements at the local community level and also within the state organisation and all of the agencies involved, to capture those lessons and then analyse them and feed them back into improvements, continuous improvements. We have been capturing or observing areas where there should be improvements along the way, and have been making incremental adjustmts to the way we do business throughout this journey, because again, it's been stated before, but South Australia has not experienced and was not established in terms of capacity for an event such as the one we are experiencing now. And so we have had to expand rapidly. We've had to be very good at assessing, adapting, evolving on the run, so that we could make adjustments and do a better job and not actually wait till the end of the event to improve things.
Can I ask you a question in relation to that? Will that be a self-evaluation process, or are you obtaining external evaluators?
We will be engaging external support for the evaluation.
All right. And you might have heard some evidence on Tuesday from Queensland and Victoria, their Inspector Generals for Emergency Management, and the external assurance role that they play. Is there an external assurance body or officer of some kind within the South Australian Emergency Management Framework at this stage?
There is not an external IGEM equivalent. We have an assurance framework that sits within the SEMC, so the State Emergency Management Committee, and that framework has been established and is sort of being built and developed as we speak.
Right.
So that does exist, and it is external to recovery. It's within the State Emergency Management Committee.
All right, thank you. Those are the questions I had. Chair?
The question I have, I don't think can be answered in this forum, so I'll hold off on that for now. Commissioner Bennett.
I just have one question. You described how you had to develop so much of this because it was the first time you've had something of this nature and extent, and develop the recovery frame methodologies. Did you look to and/or obtain assistance from the Commonwealth in terms of advice on any of those topics?
Commissioner, if I might just slightly modify and say South Australia did have recovery processes, recovery plans, frameworks, and experience. My comment was more to the scale and complexity, and so it was.
Sorry, I wasn't suggesting you didn't have any disaster frameworks in place. I did understand with this, you were talking about the scale because, as I think we've said earlier, you're not as disaster prone as, say, Queensland. So in terms of natural disasters, not the other disasters, what I was just trying to understand was, bearing in mind that, for example, Queensland has had vast experience in dealing with natural disasters, and the Commonwealth has had a lot of experience in dealing at Commonwealth level with states that have had disasters of a much greater scale than you'd experienced before. I was trying to shortcut it and not making too many assumptions. I just wondered whether, you were able, by reason of the engagements with the other jurisdictions and or the Commonwealth, you were able to go to them for a bit of, just even just talking it through, let alone, I'm not suggesting they came in and ran it, I know you got assistance from the ADF, but I just wondered whether dealing with this and having to develop a different scale of response, whether you found assistance from other parts of the country.
So absolutely. Our recovery team have very, very good relationships with the other jurisdictions, particularly into Queensland and into the Northern Territory and into the Commonwealth, to the Emergency Management Australia. And so absolutely we leveraged off of that. Queensland in particular was extremely helpful. And I flew and spent a few days in Queensland and spent some time at the QRA, getting an appreciation of how they manage the scale. And then,
thank you.
Brought that knowledge back.
No, thank you. I was hoping that would be the answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to ask quick questions about the, the guidelines for interjurisdictional assistance. When we were down at Kangaroo Island, we heard a number of complaints about staff turnover in the recovery centres. And I'm not asking you to go into great detail about that, but my question was, in retrospect, do you think you could have relied more on assistance from other jurisdictions in your recovery centres and with your recovery teams, or do you think that you were adequately resourced?
I think they're probably two separate questions. There is a way of utilising the interjurisdictional assistant guidelines to provide some additional assistance, but it is really important. We talk often in the recovery principles about making sure any contact with those who've been impacted is at the lowest level and most local level possible, so that people have a sense of really understanding the local challenges. There can be challenges with bringing people in from other areas to provide that support to impacted communities, and is when they seek to, they being SAHA, when SAHA seeks to employ individuals into relief and recovery centres, they really focus very much on ensuring they can get someone as local as possible to do that, to provide that local knowledge and that nuancing that is really important when it comes to the recovery piece.
Does the skills with being used to managing highly distressed people, is that one reason why you would bring out of area people? Because that was the sense we got from the locals. The messaging was, look, it was a really highly stressful circumstances, and some of the local SAHA staff were finding it, not the local SAHA staff, the fly-in SAHA staff were finding it difficult because of the stressed environment and the stressed individuals.
Yes, yeah, they were, and yes, I agree. It was a complex environment and stressful environment.
Thanks.
Certainly for those who were impacted.
So the follow-on to that then is, what process is in place to assess whether a local council is reaching capacity and it requires assistance?
We have quite a different setup from what I understand other jurisdictions might have. Local governments or councils, from our point of view, we partner quite closely with them. We recognise, if you think about this South Australian context, many of our councils are perhaps smaller than some of the eastern state councils. We have a small rate paying base in many of those councils. And so the capacity for councils to undertake recovery activity above and beyond their everyday can vary significantly across councils. So we work with councils and we work with Local Government Association or LGA to make that assessment around whether that is a locally led recovery event or whether that is a state-led recovery event. That's based largely on the type of the event that it might be, the level of partnership that might be required, if it's across multiple sites, last summer being a good example of that. Excuse me. So from that point of view, we work with councils to identify whether something might be locally led or state-led and what their level of comfort is about that capability.
Yeah, I wouldn't, from observation, you're not unique, by the way, with other states. They have similar resource issues with some of the smaller LGAs that are affected more commonly by fires and floods. So if I take that a bit further, then you identify that a council needs help. Other states, they leave it to the local government association, and they manage across LGAs to balance out resources. How does it happen in South Australia?
In South Australia, if it's identified to be a state-led event, we'll appoint a local recovery coordinator into the area, and that is a state-funded position, and that's someone who's put in early, a pre-trained individual in local recovery activities, who's placed into the community to try and understand really what are the most immediate issues that they need to deal with. They'll establish a local recovery committee and work from there with the councils and obviously community groups, etc.
Okay, and so if the councils are overwhelmed, it would be that position that would report back to someone saying we need more resources.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we would typically go out and meet with the councils very early on.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh. I haven't frozen. We're just thinking.
No. All right. Commissioners, given that was a helpful clarification from that last exchange, I don't have anything further. Might these witnesses be excused? I don't think there's been any contact from the parties with leave to appear. There hasn't been.
Okay.
Might these witnesses be released from their summonses?
They may be released from your summons. Thank you very much to both of you for joining us. You are released from your summons, and we will adjourn and reconvene at 15:15 Canberra time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 3:15 p.m. Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, continue with the trek around Australia, please.
Ms Dovey's going to take us to the Northern Territory.
Ms Dovey, please.
Our final panel today is from the Northern Territory. I'd like to call Mr Len Darrah, the Director, Security and Emergency Response, Department Chief Minister of the Northern Territory, and Ms Fleur O'Connor, Chief Officer, Northern Territory Emergency Services.
Mr Darrah, Ms O'Connor, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you taking the time.
Good afternoon and thank you.
Good afternoon.
Mr Darrah, I understand that you will take an affirmation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr Darrah, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Ms O'Connor, I understand you will also take an affirmation.
Correct.
Ms O'Connor, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr Darrah, you have provided the Northern Territory's response to the questions in relation to recovery by way of a witness statement. Could I please have NTT 500-001-0060 brought up? Mr Darrah, is that your witness statement?
It is.
And can you please confirm for us that the contents of that statement are true and correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, Mr Darrah, would you please briefly explain to the Commissioners how your role fits in to the recovery sphere in the Northern Territory?
Yes, I can. I'm currently employed as the Director of Security and Emergency Recovery at the Department of Chief Minister in the Northern Territory. As part of that role and responsibility, I can be appointed by the Territory Recovery Coordinator as a Regional Recovery Coordinator and therefore responsible for managing and coordinating recovery operations in the Northern Territory.
Thank you. Ms O'Connor, would you similarly explain to the Commissioners your role in relation to recovery?
I have a quite minimal role. I'm the Chief Officer of Northern Territory Emergency Service. The dedicated recovery function sits with the Department of the Chief Minister. However, in terms of my role, it is in relation to seeking Commonwealth assistance requests.
Thank you very much. Is your role also associated with that short-term relief period, which is sort of a middle ground between the response and the recovery phases?
Are you referring into impact assessments?
No. I'm just wondering if while an emergency might be underway, people might need relief support by way of evacuation and those sorts of matters. And I was just wondering if you could let us know if you have any involvement in those sorts of operations.
Limited.
Okay.
Limited.
Thank you. Now, just to start with, I thought it might be good to give everyone a bit of a sense of the extent of bushfires, or wildfires as they're referred to in your response, in the Northern Territory. I'm just going to quickly call up two images which have been provided by the Department of Primary Industries and Resources of the Northern Territory. The first is showing fire scars from 2019, and it's PIT 500-001-0006. And as I understand it, that's the fire scar across the Northern Territory from 2019. Does that sound about right to you? That's the extent of fires? Yep. And similarly, if we could go to PIT 500-001-0007, as I understand it, this is a similar image for 2020. Is that also about right?
Whilst I haven't seen these pictures before, I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Your statement at 0087 sets out some figures in relation to the 2019 bushfire season, that there's been 5.7 million hectares burnt, which is 4.2% of the Northern Territory. I note that you set out there that there's also been a further 9 million hectares in 2019 affected by planned fuel reduction burning, which is 6.7% of the Northern Territory. Can you speak to those figures? Is that normal for the Northern Territory?
I can speak to some of those figures, but those figures are essentially being provided by Bushfires NT and other authorities. But certainly last year, the 2019, certainly was an extended and protracted bushfire season. It is not uncommon each year that we go through our normal sort of burn-off season where there is risk reduction activities or mitigation strategies put in place to reduce the fuel loads.
And that 6.7%, do you have any idea whether that's a normal amount of the area to be burning in any given year?
I couldn't answer that question. We'd have to take it on advisement.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. I'd now like to turn to the question of recovery coordination within the Northern Territory. You've helpfully provided a diagram which I'd like to call up, which is at NTT 500 001 0117. And perhaps we could zoom into the diagram part of that document. Thank you very much. Mr. Darrow, would you be able to give a brief overview of recovery coordination in the Territory?
Yes. I suppose emergency management is governed by the Emergency Management Act 2013. Within that particular act itself, it outlines the requirement for plans at 3 levels, at territory, regional and local level. Also within that plan, it actually appoints the Police Commissioner as the Territory Controller and also the CEO of the Department of Chief Minister as the Territory Recovery Coordinator. Also shown within the Act is the function and role of the Territory Emergency Council. That has a key role as in terms of directing and providing resources, also reviewing and overseeing the plans and operations of emergency events within the NT. Obviously within that construct that's shown within front of you at the moment, obviously TEMC or the Territory Emergency Management Council is a co-chaired arrangement between the Territory Controller and the Territory Recovery Coordinator, and they may both appoint under that regional controllers and local controllers to undertake respective tasks in the response and recovery areas.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you to talk a little bit about recovery coordination between states and territories? So assisting other states and territories, and then if you need interjurisdictional support coming in to the Northern Territory. Can you speak about the arrangements for that sort of inter-territory assistance?
Yes, I can. The Territory has supported Queensland on 2 separate occasions, in 2014 for Cyclone Debbie and last year in 2019 as part of the tropical monsoon event that occurred. In both those occasions, I suppose outreach teams were sent to Queensland to support those functions. At the moment, there are, or through the Social Reference Recovery Group, which is a subcomponent of the Australian-New Zealand Emergency Management Committee, currently leads or provides guidelines for that assistance. And that was only recently approved, as I suppose, at the end of last year. The Northern Territory, given its experience in those 2 events, has also been working on the development of its own policy documents in terms of how we actually mobilise, how we select and choose staff to deploy to those areas, how they'll be integrated into that particular jurisdiction, how they'll operate whilst they're there, and when they actually return, what the debrief requirements and the evaluation that needs to occur. So we're working very hard to obviously finish off those sort of policy documents, but certainly the Social Reference Recovery Group is a big part of that, and they have certainly coordinated those, I suppose, interjurisdictional support arrangements in the past.
Certainly. And the Social Reference Recovery Group, who from the Northern Territory sits on that group?
We have a representation from the Territory families, which look after the welfare and social aspects.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you now to describe your, or the Northern Territory's coordination at a Commonwealth level in terms of recovery, in terms of seeking assistance and your interaction with bodies at a national level in the recovery space?
Yeah, sure. Obviously, we have a very close relationship and association with the Emergency Management Agency. And during both response and recovery events, the Emergency Management Agency will normally send a liaison officer to the Northern Territory, and they'll actually be embedded into the Emergency Operations Centre. So we have direct contact through them back to the Emergency Management Agency. They play an important role in terms of understanding some of the pressures and some of the operational issues that we're dealing with at the time. And if we are, I suppose, constrained by resources or need additional resources to support both response and recovery efforts, we can obviously facilitate that through to EMA a lot quicker. Obviously, that's done through the normal sort of representation from Defence, also in the Emergency Operations Centre, which is undertaken by the Joint Operations Support staff in the Northern Territory. So the arrangements are very good, have worked well in the past, and we've had no particular issues.
Okay. Thank you very much. In the Northern Territory...
Sorry, if I can...
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, we can just amplify on that. I mean, that probably covers the operational space, but in a non-operational sort of setting, obviously we have representation on the ANZ EMC and also representation on the Community Outcomes Recovery Subcommittee, which is an important sort of forum to develop a lot of that policy work and doctrine in the recovery space.
I think the Chair has a question for you.
I was going to hold off, but you've mentioned the ANZ EMC and the like. I mean, it's a policy committee and the like, and we understand everyone has participation in that, and the subcommittees and the like. But during the emergency, ANZ EMC doesn't sit, I don't believe, to coordinate the efforts of a particular state or across states and territories. So during the emergency or during the initial part of the recovery, what's the mechanism if you find that you need assistance, you're reaching capacity, you're not going to go to the Commonwealth, or you might have some from the Commonwealth, but you're looking to either seek assistance from states or, in the case of Queensland, say Cyclone Debbie or the next cyclone that'll come this year, I'm sure, you want to offer support. What's the mechanism there for working that so that it can be coordinated across jurisdictions?
Yes, Commissioner. I suppose in the first instance we do have that Defence representation both in the Territory Emergency Council and also within the Emergency Operations Centre or the Recovery Operations Centre. So from previous experiences, most of our external support that's been provided to the Northern Territory has been Defence assistance. So that gives us a direct link into the Defence, and then we obviously can process applications through them, which are then passed to the military support commitments, and they have a direct line, I believe, to the Emergency Management Agency to allow that sort of resources and support to be provided. If we are looking at supporting another jurisdiction, we certainly still do it through the Social Reference Recovery Group. So I think they do have an operational focus because they certainly coordinate jurisdictional sort of, I suppose, mobilisation in that sort of regard. So they are, I suppose, a conduit for receiving requests from jurisdiction, reaching out to other jurisdictions as in terms of the support they might be able to provide. Mm-hmm. So I know those guidelines are under development or have been developed and agreed to by the jurisdictions at the end of last year. So I think the Emergency Management Agency does have a small role in the operational space as well.
Okay, and so just going back to the SRRG, it's more than just providing welfare support that might be, it's more anything other than offence seems to go through the SRRG, is that right? If you were looking to coordinate other aspects like local government support to another jurisdiction or various other support mechanisms they might need from a governance sense, you go through that SRRG, is that right?
I think the SRRG certainly has a social welfare orientation, and certainly the support we've provided in the past has been welfare or outreach teams. That's where we've provided support in the past. I don't think that there is a clear mechanism at the moment for receiving recovery assistance or support other than that, than approaching maybe the jurisdiction themselves. I know that for response agency, there is certainly a policy in place for that, but I don't think that we have a policy at the moment for recovery.
Okay, thank you. That's what we're trying to clear up. In fact, that's been the whole discussion today about where SRRG actually sat. Was it just in welfare, or was it more broader? And so the question there is, how do you approach SRRG? Do you go through EMA, or how do you enact that operationally? Because they are actually a policy group advising the cause in ANZ EMC, but they obviously have picked up this operational role. So how do you approach them? Are they a standing group, or how does that work?
I think they are a standing group, and they meet regularly, and particularly during events, they do delve into the operational space. We certainly have representation on that particular committee through our welfare or our territory families. We're also well informed by them as in terms of what effort might be required in other jurisdictions. And when that formal request comes out of that sort of forum, it's considered on its merits, and then we go from there. So the whole mobilisation and projecting to another jurisdiction is undertaken through goodwill to a certain extent.
Okay, and so does SRRG come to you, or do you go through someone and say we need to enact the SRRG so that we can sit down and work the issues that we need? We've got this recovery starting to come. We're going to need assistance. Do you, as a territory or state, initiate that to stand it up? How is the process? What is the process for it?
My understanding is, and I haven't read the recent guidelines, is that...
I have, and it didn't help me. That's why I'm asking you. Sorry.
Okay, well, my understanding is that forum is used, and I believe a jurisdiction may table a request through that forum for support from other jurisdictions. And I think based on that, we then consider whether we're in a position to do so, and certainly approval is sought through the Territory Recovery Coordinator, and that's how we've mobilised and sent people from there.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Ms. Dobby?
Thank you. Can you give some examples of occasions on which you've sent support to other states and describe the kinds of support that you've provided in other states?
Is it just in a recovery sense?
Yeah, in a recovery sense.
Yeah, just those two examples I think I provided earlier, or I stated earlier, was in 2014, which is for Tropical Cyclone Debbie, and for last year, which was that monsoonal trough that came through. Both of them were essentially forming 8 to 10 person teams that projected forward and were used in an outreach capacity where they went out into remote areas or into localities where they actually were, I suppose, engaging with the community to see how they were actually coping, providing them additional information. They were essentially working out of the recovery hubs.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask you to speak to your experience with seeking disaster recovery funding and that interaction at the Commonwealth level through the DRFA?
Yes, I can. Obviously, our disaster recovery funding arrangements are managed through the Department of Treasury and Finance. We're aware, obviously, of the 4 categories that are available. In recent years, we haven't really used category C and D, which I believe are at the approval of the Prime Minister. We certainly have used category A in most disaster events, which is the hardship payments. To provide those initial, essential items that they need, emergency accommodation. We haven't used Category B extensively over the last few years. We have actually noted that is an area for improvement. We currently have the Department of Trade, Business and Innovation and Department of Primary Industry and Resources, both looking at how they can set up that sort of framework to assist our small businesses and our pastoralists for future events. So that work is currently underway right now.
Can I ask the response document, NTT 500 001 0060, to be brought up at page 0101. In the response at this page, you have described the experience of using Category B payments to achieve betterment. Let me just see where we are. One moment, I'll just find the... There we are. At the bottom of the page, 196 and 197. And is this an example of being able to use Category B to build back better, to build more resilient facilities? Is that right?
I think at the moment that the DFRA is under review by the Emergency Management Agency. They're looking at how they might be able to simplify the process and provide some sort of standardisation. I believe at the moment that the Build Back Better component actually resides within Category D. One of the key, I suppose, areas that they are looking at as part of the review is how they might move that Build Back or the betterment component of it into Category B, which gives you better utilisation to undertake that work.
Do the paragraphs here not refer to the use of Category B measures to build back using different construction methods which are more resilient?
I think they do. I'd have to take that on advisement and seek, some advice from the Department of Treasury and Finance.
Okay. Ms O'Connor, is this something that you can speak to? This particular part of the response? No. Okay, that's fine. I'll move on. Can I ask you to speak to the key challenges that you've come across in recovery coordination, and perhaps particularly in light of the way in which recovery takes place in the context of a very broad geographic area with very limited population spread across that area?
Yeah, sure. Recovery in the Northern Territory does provide many challenges, given the vast distances and the large number of remote communities. Certainly for us, recovery starts in the response phase, where we try and gain a situational awareness and understanding of what's happening during an event. As part of that process, we're obviously participating in the emergency committee meetings, and also where we can get involved in the planning to obviously shape some of the recovery outcomes further down the line. As part of that is the development of a recovery action plan, and as part of that is really engaging local government and those other key stakeholders. And for us in that case, sometimes it's industry, some of the miners, so some of the local councils, to really make sure that when we do, I suppose, develop a recovery action plan, it is community-led, which is really important for us. There's many challenges for us with the vast distances, as in terms of evacuations and repatriation, and that's where we have sought in the past defence assistance to do that. But it's all the logistics in terms of doing that. It does present many challenges for us. What we have done is in terms of when we appoint our local recovery coordinators, we've moved to a system now. We're actually using our regional executive directors, who are part of the Department of the Chief Minister, and they represent 6 different regions within the Northern Territory, be it Darwin, the Top End, East Arnhem, Big Rivers, Barkly and Central Australia. Now, these representatives from the Department of Chief Minister are invested into those particular areas, are always working with the local governments, the land councils and key stakeholders, and are best placed to do that. So that puts us in a good position as in terms of coordination, having already a good relationship with the key stakeholders in that area and really getting the best outcomes for those communities. But certainly the distance, the remote infrastructure is in terms of roads. But many of the, I suppose, infrastructure like aerodromes are affected by weather events in the Northern Territory and really hinder our ability to provide recovery support.
Okay, thank you. I'd like now to move to your suggestions for improvements to promote successful recovery. Can we please pull up page 0073 of the response? And at paragraph 69, you've identified a need for improvement in the collection and assessment of impact data. Can you please speak to that improvement?
Yeah, sure. Obviously, when we move from response through the relief phase and into recovery, certainly in the relief component, we've got that initial survey and rescue component that takes place, and then that initial impact assessment that is undertaken. Given the vast distances and normally the areas that are affected within the Northern Territory, they're normally done by aerial assets, in particular rotary aircraft, to get around to do that for us. They're also done using IT devices, iPads per se, and that information is then gathered and taken back. And it's just how we can go about that a little bit better, as in terms of getting that information back. That gives us the initial assessment as in terms of the broader or the bigger picture as in terms of those areas that have been affected, to the extent of the damage and the debris, and then it really helps to shape the recovery action plan and the work that we need to do. And then moving on to the next phase is the more comprehensive assessment, and a lot of that is currently done by a lot of our NT government agencies, and how we go about that and maintain a common operating picture. So certain agencies have their own devices and mechanisms for doing that, and for us to maintain some sort of common operating picture, to gather all that information, to bring it in, to analyse it, and then to fully understand it, and to make sure that we've actually got processes in place and economy of effort is what we're really trying to achieve. So I just think this is an area that we can work out a little bit better, right from the point when we do the initial survey and rescue component to the initial assessments right through to the comprehensive assessments that occur after that.
Yeah. If we can stay on that page and move to the following two paragraphs, you've suggested a need to amend the DRFA triggers. Can you please describe what improvement you're proposing here?
Once again, this information was provided by the Department of Treasury and Finance, but what I think we're looking at is the, I suppose, understanding what triggers that need to be put in place. We understand that there are certain thresholds and how you go about registering for a particular emergency event. I know that for a small disaster or an event is about $240,000. And then there are certain other thresholds as you move through some of the other categories, category B and above. So it's just really simplifying how we can actually do that through the emergency management agencies. I think this is one of those key areas that's under review, how we might simplify that process. At the moment, I think it's quite bureaucratic, and I think anything that we can do to reduce the time lags that have been associated with that will greatly assist as in terms of getting that sort of money back in terms of undertaking those recovery tasks.
Certainly. At subparagraph C, you've referred to creating equity in measures available to ensure those affected in the same way have access to the same type and level of assistance regardless of geographic location. Are you talking within a state, across the nation? What's the concern and how do you see it affecting people the way it is at the moment?
I think it encompasses both within and externally, certainly across borders. We certainly experienced that during Tropical Cyclone Trevor, where the event didn't have a severe impact on the Northern Territory, but the monsoonal trough that eventuated from that particular cyclonic event obviously caused widespread flooding and significant damage in Queensland. So Queensland quickly put in place a number of, I suppose, grants and subsidies in place, but those same grants and subsidies weren't available in the Northern Territory. So when we had our people that were affected, when they were looking across the border and trying to do a comparison against other states, and this also occurred in Western Australia at the same sort of time, it kind of raised eyebrows as in terms of why aren't we able to access such sort of, I suppose, grants and subsidies. I think that's the work that I spoke about earlier in terms of Category B and how we might be able to enhance that and make that available to our communities. And that work's being undertaken by the Department of Business, Trade and Innovation for the small businesses and for the Department of Primary Resources and Industry for pastoralists.
Yep, thank you. If we could please go over the page to 0074. You've pointed out further assistance to support communities to be more resilient and allowing for betterment projects. We've mentioned a couple of times that Category D does allow for betterment in certain circumstances, and we heard from Queensland this morning that they've had success in getting funding for betterment projects. In your view, is Category D sufficient for that sort of work, and in what ways do you think it should be amended?
Are you able to zoom in on the particular area
my
that you're apologies referring
for
to,
that.
please?
Can we please zoom into E and F at the top of the page?
I think when we talk about the betterment projects, because most of the events that we've had in the Northern Territory in recent years hasn't really moved into Category C and D, and at the moment the betterment projects really reside within the Category D area. So therefore, I think as part of the review, where they are considering moving into Category B, I think that's going to open up those opportunities to undertake betterment projects, which we see would obviously build resilience back into our communities. If we look at some of the housing that we've had from previous events that were caused during Tropical Cyclone Lam and Nathan, I believe back in 2015, there has been a number of, I suppose, projects and repairs and undertaken in the infrastructure as in terms of housing, and they built back better structures. That wasn't necessarily available back then at the time. I know there is I suppose, an effort at the moment through our Department of Treasury and Finance, through the Commonwealth, to get some of that acknowledged at the moment, and that's moving forward. But I think at the moment it has sat, or previously it sat in D, and if it moves into Category B, it will offer up some of that, I suppose, funding.
Okay, thank you. Just finally, and then I'll ask the commissioners if they have some questions for you. Can we just go to page 0110 at paragraph 227, in which it suggested that there'd be merit in sharing recovery data and information between jurisdictions. You spoke earlier about room for improvement, opportunities for improvement in data collection at the territory level. Can you speak to this suggestion and what it might look like?
I think what I'm talking about there is that I think as jurisdictions, we're all faced with many challenges in the emergency management space, and in particular recovery. I think any information that we can share across jurisdictions which will assist us in enhancing our policy, our tools and the way we do business just makes sense. I know that there's a lot of effort. I certainly appreciate the work done through the Australian-New Zealand Emergency Management Committee and those subcommittees that sit under that, particularly the Community Outcomes Recovery Subcommittee. And it's really through those forums that we really get to find out what other jurisdictions are doing, the work that it's using. I just think that through, in terms of economy of effort and sharing similar sort of problems, the more we share knowledge and material, and particularly through our evaluation or after-action review process, it just allows us to consider those and make adjustments to our own policies.
Yeah, thank you very much. Commissioners?
No, there's a great summary right at the end there. Thank you very much. Commissioner Bennett.
Yes, just that last answer. Just thinking about it, I mean, you say that I understand what you're saying is that, you need, it's a wonderful opportunity to share or have available to you information from other jurisdictions who've gone through it. But I'm just thinking now about what the potential role for the Commonwealth is, because bearing in mind that a lot of the funding, the financing for the recovery comes from the Commonwealth, and the fact that the Commonwealth, well, is there a role? And to change one other thing, a comment was made from one of the other jurisdictions that, of course, there are specific problems and issues with each jurisdiction, because no two jurisdictions are exactly the same in terms of, even down to the framework of large cities, small cities, pastoral, non-pastoral. The Northern Territory, as has been pointed out to us, has a slightly different topography, perhaps, to some of the other jurisdictions in the country. But why is it only a sharing of information that you're thinking about, rather than having an overarching collation of material nationally that the individual jurisdictions could feed into and then utilise individually for their own purposes?
Thank you, Commissioner. Look, I definitely do advocate for having national sort of frameworks and templates that are available, and then they can certainly be tailored and used for, certain jurisdictions and the different nuances that they may have. There's definitely merit in that. The sharing of information that I was talking about is exactly that. When we do undertake work and produce documents and databases, how we go about sharing that more broadly. I think at the moment we can do those through those national forums, but if we had that sort of work being done at the national level, and a lot of it is done, that's fantastic, but also through the Natural Disaster Risk Reduction sort of framework currently going at the moment, and through similar other funding sort of programs, there's a lot of work being done, and it's sharing, I suppose, some of the outcomes of that work that's being achieved. Certainly under the National Disaster Risk Reduction Program, we undertook 51 projects within the Northern Territory to enhance emergency management arrangements. We're going to move into the next 5 years under the Risk Reduction Framework and undertake hopefully a similar number or high number of projects which enhance that. So certainly anything that's done at the national level, which can standardise our practices and procedures, provide the tools that we need, is really important, especially for smaller jurisdictions. At the moment, we only have a very small, I suppose, cadre of staff that work in the recovery, management space. I know that some of the larger jurisdictions have recovery agencies, so they're in a better position to do that. So if we can leverage off a lot of the work that they do, if they're willing to share that information, the tools that they use as they move forward, I think it would be good and better for national outcomes.
Thank you. I think you've given it a very useful perspective. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, and thank you to you both for joining us this afternoon. That was very beneficial. Dovi, is that...
They're all the questions we have for these witnesses, and if they could please be released from their summonses.
They may be released from their summonses, and once again, thank you for being able to join us. We appreciate it.
And just to confirm, we've checked and that we have no one with leave to appear has sought to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that,
That's all we have for today.
all we have today, we'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Canberra time. We'll see everyone then.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.